Yep, it's on. Just for the record, I'll call the January 25th meeting of the Cumberland Planning Board to order. Roll call, Ms. Frashich.
Here.
Mr. McDonald. Here. Mr. Butler.
Here.
Mr. Scown.
Here.
Mr. Bush.
Here.
Ms. Reese.
Here.
Mr. D'Ambrosia.
Here.
Mr. Costa.
Here.
And the chair is present. Approval of the planning board minutes of November 30th, 2023. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick typo in number 2, the second paragraph, it says the board voted 6-0, was someone late to approve. So we just need to strike that.
Right, okay. Because I'm not sure, but I thought that maybe Mr. D'Ambrosia came in after we had already made the, took a vote. That could have been a possibility. Okay. So noted.
Other than that, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as prepared with that one amendment.
Motion by Mr. Butler, seconded by Ms. Frashich. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 3, appointment of Technical Review Committee Public Member C-Mark Catadella. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Catadella.
Okay, thank you. Is he here this evening?
I don't see him. Mark? No. Okay.
Okay. He doesn't have to be, but we just wanted to welcome him. Okay. Next item is a request for bond reduction, owner applicant.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
did you want to appoint him?
Oh. Well, that's why, if he wasn't here, so I mean.
Oh. Okay. Do you want him to be present?
No, we don't have to. Boy, we don't have to have him present, do we? Okay. Well, then I'll entertain a motion to appoint. Mr. Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to appoint Mr. Catadella to the Technical Review Committee as the planning board representative, or planning board appointment to the Technical Review Committee.
Motion by Mr. Butler, second. Second by Mr. Scown. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Welcome, Mr. Catadella, wherever you are.
That's where you are.
Okay. All right, item 4, request for bond reduction, owner applicant Heritage Builders LLC, project name Menard Estates, location Green Meadow Lane, assessors plat 42, lots 298, 299, and 300. The applicant requests a reduction of the performance bond. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have the applicant on Zoom. If you have any questions for him, and we also have Joe Duart, our Public Works Director here. So this is a subdivision. The Planning Board approved it in 2002. It's on Green Meadow Lane, up off Diamond Hill Road, a little south of Reservoir Road. It was a three-lot subdivision with 3 houses. They've made some improvements. Our Public Works Department has visited the site, and they are recommending a bond reduction for the work that has been completed.
Does the board have any questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve a bond reduction in the amount of $134,508.27 from Menard Estates based on the calculation in Mr. Duart's memo to the Planning Board dated January 17th, 2024.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Second by Ms. Frashich. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay. Item number 5, Town Council recommendation ordinance number 23-31, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance relating to agricultural uses. This ordinance creates a new use definition for riding, stable/horse boarding facility and permits such uses in A1 and A2 zones. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're recommending amending our zoning ordinance to include riding stables and horse boarding facilities so they can become a conforming use. We have about a dozen horse farms or riding facilities already in town, and under our current zoning, they're considered pre-existing non-conforming uses. So the purpose of this ordinance is to encourage agricultural uses, keep our open space. Cumberland's been historically agricultural, and our comp plan speaks to a pronounced loss of rural land. So we want to keep as much land in agricultural use as possible. We came up with the content of this ordinance based on other ordinances in rural municipalities in New England. Some had very comprehensive ordinances, so the 1 horse per acre seemed to be standard among those ordinances, as well as the types of uses that could be allowed on these types of properties. So we think this ordinance amendment is appropriate in allowing horse facilities to legally expand and to maintain the agricultural character of the town. So we're recommending a positive recommendation to the town council.
Okay. Does the board have any questions or comments for Mr. Modica?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I just want to add, I think there's a lot of people in the audience that want to comment. I want to be clear that the town recognizes that horse stabling is not allowed right now. So any horse stable that exists, no matter how many horses, is non-conforming. So it's allowed to be maintained and continued at the same level for as long as they want to. With regard to the 1 horse per acre, that's something that both Glenn and I researched. Not just locally, I think Glenn did the state, but I also just looked at, the web and, what other communities around the country do. So I came up with anything between like a horse for a ½ an acre all the way up to, I'm saying that backwards, a horse for 2 acres all the way up to, 2 horses per acre. So I know there's people here commenting, but I want to be clear that we're doing this to encourage horse stabling, and whether you want to recommend more horses per acre, that would be fine. But that's what we came up with, and that was the reason why we came up with that number, through research.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you. Board have any questions or comments? Yes, sir. Mr. Bush?
Yeah, I was just wondering, in all of the studies that you were reading about, do they make any difference between whether you have pasture land, so many acres, or is it wooded? Because obviously you're not going to 10 acres of woods, you can't have 10 horses. I assume that somebody's not going to go through the process of doing that.
I did not do that. It was literally a general review of other zoning ordinances, and
Right.
I think Glenn, I'm not going to speak for him, but I believe he looked at actual ordinances in Rhode Island. Again, we're not, that's what we came up with.
Right.
I mean, if 2 horses an acre is more appropriate, I don't know. I don't have horses, so.
I'm not a horse person.
Right.
I don't actually know. Maybe somebody here is, I'm not sure.
We've got some standards here, so we're wondering if there are any chairs that we could bring.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McDonald?
question?
Mr. McDonald, go ahead.
Yep. Is it safe to assume that, I don't see it in the memorandum, but is it safe to assume that it's continued that it must be in an agricultural zone to establish a stable?
This ordinance requires that it be in an agricultural zone. It was also brought to our attention more recently that residential zones allow actually more horses. I don't know how that came to be, but I believe it's 2 horses per acre when you do the math. So that has to be addressed. I'm not sure how. I know the town doesn't want to take away rights from people, so we have to see if there are horses in residential zones and then make a determination on that.
Okay.
This is all relating to agriculturally zoned property, so A1 and A2.
It is counterintuitive, though, that there might be more horses stabled in a residential zone as opposed to an agricultural.
I do not disagree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Before we go any further, I just want to make it clear that it's the town council that makes the ultimate decision, okay? what we're here for this evening is for a recommendation to the town council. So I just want to make, if we approve the recommendation, doesn't mean it's approved. It's the town council that will approve the ordinance. It's their bailiwick, okay? So if there's anyone who has any questions or comments, please come forward to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and we'll see what we can find out. Don't be shy.
So it's Ryan Kelly. I live at 10 Wisteria Lane, and I own a piece of agriculturally A1 zone land that I purchased in 2015. We've been there since 15. And if you look at the way that the rules are written in town, animal husbandry is allowed on agricultural A1 zone land, which allows to have sheep, goats, cows, and racehorses. So now we're adding another ordinance that's going to limit what you're allowed to keep on that A1 zone land, but we don't really have a problem up there. Like we've bought the land for open space to use it. I currently own several horses. I don't keep them at that property. I keep them at a separate property. They're going to be brought to that property at some point. And I find it odd that now the town's stepping in to limit the amount of horses I could have on the property. Has there been any complaints that we know about?
I can respond to that. So the animal husbandry requires that you breed on premises. So whether you're breeding sheep or fowl or horses, that does not address horse stabling. So in terms of whether there was a complaint, I would say that it has been brought to our attention that perhaps new people want to have horses, and that's when we recognized that it wasn't allowed, so we're trying to rectify that.
So if I breed horses on the property, I can have more than one per acre.
I mean, I'd have to take a good look at that,
Yeah.
but there's a difference between pure horse stabling, where you're not an active farm breeding and other things associated with animal husbandry, and this. So we wanted to be clear that horse stabling is allowed. That's the genesis of this.
Yeah, so I see it as being more restrictive on my property that I've owned, and we've had no complaints, and you want to keep it open, so you encourage that. And I just don't understand why all of a sudden it's become a problem. Like, is there an issue with horses now?
No, it's to promote horse stabling. So whatever you could do with animal husbandry does not change. So whatever that is, without, me analyzing it right now.
Do you have it? You don't have it there?
I'm not going to analyze
Sure, yeah.
a different use during a hearing for horse stabling. So we are providing a clear use where horse stabling is allowed. If animal husbandry is something you want to do, then you could do that too in the A1 or A2 zone.
Yeah, I guess my point is I don't see a point of starting to limit what we can do on these properties when we've had no problems originally. That's pretty much. I think it needs to get pushed back to the subcommittee and relooked at, or the town council needs. If you guys can't change it, the town council needs to consider changing it.
Correct.
So, all right. I mean, none of you guys own horses? No. Probably no one on the town council either. So
Excuse me?
probably nobody on the town council either.
Oh, no.
Right, and I'm sure you don't.
The town council is a separate council. Planning board
Ryan,
is-
we're trying to make it clear that you can do this.
But I could before.
No, you couldn't. You could not do this. If you don't have any horses on your property right now.
Yes.
You said you didn't,
I
right?
don't right now, no.
Okay,
I have a
then
barn
you
that's set up
couldn't
for
do
it.
this specific thing. You could do animal husbandry, which includes breeding, but a simple horse stabling activity would not be allowed. So we're making it, we're making the agricultural zone have more uses, including horse stabling only, without having to breed. This is this is a benefit. Legally, this is a benefit to agriculturally zoned properties.
So to me, if I have a breeding horse on a property, I need somewhere for him to sleep. You would assume that the town would allow you to leave it.
Well, yeah, but if you have horses that aren't breeding, They are not allowed. So we're allowing horse stabling now. We're doing this to help agriculturally zoned
So
properties.
I guess my problem is it seems like it's limiting the amount of horses you could put on the property.
Again, if people that know better than me and Glenn want to suggest a different number per acre, then I'm sure the planning board is happy to consider that, and I'm sure the town council would be happy to
Yeah, I
consider
mean,
that.
I think that, that needs to be revisited. I mean, I can see it at a certain point limiting it. But, if you don't have a horse grazing, he doesn't need an acre. If a horse is grazing, he needs an acre. But no one grazes in Rhode Island because it freezes in the winter.
Again,
So
good
there's no
input.
need for there to be a restriction as to the amount of horses that can be on the acre. I mean, it has to be within reason. I understand you can't have
Exactly.
emaciated horses and,
So what's the reasonable number?
I don't know. I mean, that would be something, I could see if you were having three, 4 per acre.
There you go.
I mean, you said you Google searched it?
I went on the web and I saw other ordinances all over the country, and then Glenn looked specifically at Rhode Island.
I mean, does there really need to be a limit, I guess? What's the reason for the limit? Are you concerned with?
Well,
I could see adding the ordinance to allow it, but I think that the limit needs to be taken out, and if it becomes a problem, I could see adding a limit in it at that point. If the town's trying to help people and allow them to stable horses, okay, well, let's do it, and let's let them stable horses.
so, yeah, I mean, we do this in terms of regulation all the time. We impose limits for many, many uses.
Can, if there was somebody, if the rule was 1 horse per acre, and to Mr. Kelly's point, somebody is going to start an operation and they think their land can sustain 3 horses per acre, they could still come to the town
Absolutely.
council and ask for a waiver from that regulation.
Absolutely.
And, right, so it's not barred completely. It's
Nothing is
just
ever barred
we're
completely.
setting a standard, but if you can make a case that your land and the area where you are could support more than 1 horse per acre or 2 horses per acre, you can certainly ask, for an exemption from that. And I would think the town council would be reasonable in assessing that, so.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the procedure. Whatever there'd be a base number, so most people wouldn't have to ask for that waiver. A base reasonable number, as Ryan just said. And then if people wanted additional, and if it was reasonable, the town council could address that.
Okay, all right.
But we could also relay that to the town council.
Sure.
Within our recommendation.
Yeah,
Okay?
all right.
That there was discussion on the limits
Yep,
and what a reasonable number is.
okay.
And that's something that can be discussed with the town
Sure.
council at that point in time.
All right.
We can certainly relay that information.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
All right, I think I got my point across.
I would just suggest maybe if you can find out when the town council meeting is and go and voice your opinion.
Yeah, I tried last time, but it got tabled, so I will go to the
Okay.
next one, yeah.
And do you know anybody else who might go with you and give us their opinion?
Yeah, I think we got a few people that will go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I understand your point that I don't know why we have to set a limit of 1 per acre. I would think that most people who own horses are responsible, want to take care of them, and are going to kind of self-regulate. They're not going to put more horses on a pasture that you can support.
Correct.
Right? So, yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with it just allowing it, but, if it becomes a problem, then we might have to handle it, but I don't know if putting a 1 per acre, we don't know what we're talking about. And nothing to the solicitor, I know you've done a lot of work of studying about it, but I'm just not certain.
Yeah, well, I really don't know what that
Sure.
number would be. I'm not a horse person. I like horses, I like looking
Sure,
at
yeah.
them. I watch the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's about as
Okay.
far as it goes. But I know that Ms. Salvatore and Mr. Modica has researched this, and they've
Sure.
come up with this number. It's not a hard, fast number. If it's something that it can be discussed with the town council and say, we think, what a reasonable number would be whatever
Sure.
you would suggest. They may be amenable to that, okay?
Okay, all right.
So it's good to have this discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your time.
And
Thank you.
that's what public comment is all about, because nothing that the administration presents is hard and fast. We want to promote more uses on agriculturally zoned properties, and we want it to be reasonable. That's it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this point?
Good evening. I'm Carol Mayer. I own and operate Highview Farm on Tower Hill Road in Cumberland. The numbers of horses per acre originated based on grazing, what a piece of property could support for feed. In past experiences running different farms, different properties I was on previous to the property I'm on, I comfortably had 6 horses on 1 acre. That allowed for enough turnout that the horses took turns, had a certain number of hours. They had 12 by 12 stalls. That was about the limit for that particular piece of property. Where I am right now, just because the way I'm running a boarding and a lesson operation, we have 7 acres. I currently have 24 horses, and we are not utilizing a field in the back or a field in the front that I use for jumping. But those are all working horses that are kept in work, so they don't need as much turnout because we're making sure they're getting exercise. So my point is, it definitely fluctuates based on the piece of property and exactly what the horses are doing. I don't even allow horses on my property that are retired because they need more room than what I have. But a working horse that's getting lots of exercise doesn't need as much. My paddocks are 60 by 40. So each horse is in an individual paddock because I got tired of listening to people tell me, don't put this horse with that horse because I don't want my horse to have a mark on it. So I divided everything up. Everybody has a stall to go into, everybody has a paddock to go into, but like I said, they're working horses. They get enough exercise daily that works for them. So I don't, definitely 1 to 2 horses per acre, I think, is very small and very limiting. On the 1 acre that I did when I was keeping my horses on, well, back then it was Fisher Road, now it's Wisteria Lane. That was 1 acre. I had 6 horses. I ran a lesson program, and I was able to manage it, but more than 6, I wouldn't have been able to. Between the house and the barn, and then the arena that we rode in and turned horses in, that was the limit. But then I've got only 7 acres and I'm close to 4 horses per acre with plenty of extra room that I don't even use. So, to give you some extra facts from someone that does have horses, and I've worked at lots of farms, I've worked in lots of properties, and it's a very arbitrary number, and it really depends on what the use is going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
So anybody that has any amount of horses right now that are stabling, we're not talking about animal husbandry, gets to keep whatever they're doing. I just want to be clear about that. So if the council decides on 2 or 3 and that's not enough, you still get to keep your 6 or 7 per acre because you've been doing it. I just want to be clear that nobody will be negatively affected. Yeah, so, okay.
You're basically grandfathered.
We're not trying to hurt anybody.
Is there anyone else?
How you doing? Brad Dean, 109 Staples Road, also A2 designation. I have a zoning map here of the town of Cumberland. The light green areas, you guys can pass this around, is the A1 designation. The dark green is the A2. I think it's safe to assume that almost half the town, maybe more than half the town of Cumberland is zoned to agriculture. My biggest qualm about this is, why are we here? What brought this to somebody's attention? What is making this happen? Like, there's obviously been no issues with horses, any complaints with horses. I've called the local police department, nobody's complained about a horse in 5 years. So I'm not really sure why we're at this point. And if we're gonna use Google as our source, horse husbandry actually involves the raising, rearing, caring, and breeding of all types. So I don't think it's actually fair to pigeonhole it into breeding, in all honesty. So I guess my stance is I want to know why. Why are we even here? I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense to me. I don't own any horses, but who knows? My sister grew up on horses. My daughter rides horses. My niece rides horses. That may happen down the road. I have the acreage to support it. So why am I being restricted and everybody else being restricted under something that had no restrictions prior to tonight? That would be my question. Is there any reason?
So the premise is that you're making is that there were no restrictions, but there were. Horse stabling was not allowed, so anybody that was doing it, no matter how many horses, were grandfathered. So now we're making it conforming, legal, permitted. So there's a change. So that's the premise.
Since 1737, there's been no regulation on the horses that's been enforced? Is that what you're telling me?
I have no idea. I mean, at some point, there could have been zoning that allowed it, and then it could have been, revised to not. We're dealing with what is happening today, and we are attempting to assist agriculturally zoned properties to allow them to have horse stabling as a use.
Well, I understand that, but it also seems like we're shooting from the hip here. Like, I don't think has anybody engaged anybody that actually owns horses to figure out what they think is allowable or to learn anything about equestrian? Because I'm not an equestrian expert. I think the first thing I would do is actually engage somebody who knows about it
Well, we
in
have
order to
some
figure it
people
out.
here who I would, again, encourage to go to the town council.
Yes.
And give the same testimony because it's very enlightening.
Yes.
And, we just don't happen to know about it, but they should go and, because the town council is gonna make the final decision.
Right. Oh, I agree.
And
This is
that's-
this is the first stomping ground, though.
And that's
before I get to
that's
council.
the purpose of this meeting and the town council meeting, is to have that public input where the appropriate decision can be made.
Yeah, well, that's good, and that's fine.
Yeah,
And I guess we'll,
it's not intended to restrict anybody. It's that there's nothing on the books at this point.
well, I
Am
get that.
correct? Yes. There's
I get that,
nothing on
but
the
the-
books, so we're trying to make
But you're
that-
adding a restriction where there isn't one technically, because nobody's enforced anything to this date. So I'm curious as to why are we here now? What has brought it to this point? Like, how did it get here?
There's nothing
Did
in
somebody
the
just pull
ordinance
out of the
that-
air? Like, did somebody complain about a horse? I'm not really sure.
But there's nothing in the ordinance today that addresses this in the first place.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Is it
McDonald?
or is it not? I mean, I don't know. I don't see, I haven't read anything that says it's,
Mr. Salvat, sir, sir,
horse husbandry is allowed, correct?
sir,
Yeah,
I have the floor.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Did this come up as a result of the massive rezoning that the state? No. Okay. What prompted it?
It was brought to our attention that this was not an allowed use, and we want to make sure that agriculturally zoned properties have the ability to stable horses without breeding.
Okay, so an individual or individuals in a category like this gentleman that like horses, to use a phrase, they're the ones that approach the town. To
Yeah, something like that.
To codify protection.
Correct.
Okay. It seems to me that if you've done national research and the accepted amount is between 1 and 2 horses, and we have at least 2 people in Cumberland that have more than that, it seems to me that perhaps the 1 or 2 it's a fluid number. However, the gentleman making the comment about what's reasonable is never a good word. We need a number. We're not going to get into discussions and lawsuits and all that stuff on part of the town. So I don't know how we would frame this, whether we might make an open recommendation to, if anyone has any thoughts, an open recommendation without a number to the town council for them to consider.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to hear, it sounds like maybe even more people, and what I heard tonight that I really didn't see is that the way horses are handled differently on different pieces of land, may require more or less per acre. But what we did find in our research is that other ordinances across the country have a number. So whether that number is 1 horse per acre, 2, or 6, there's a number. So it seems like that's going to be the sticking point, and you and the town council are going to have to decide what the best number is. And again, there's always opportunity to change because of your specific circumstances.
All right, the only other thought I have, and I don't want to open up another avenue for discussion, but it's something that certainly the people that are interested could bring before the town council, is when one talks about 2 acres or 7 acres, are we talking about open land for grazing and exercise purposes? Does a 7-acre lot is it half wood lot? And does that, I don't know anything about horses except they have 4 legs. So if half the land is woodlot, does that get into the calculation as to horses per acre? I don't want to begin the discussion, but that's just a thought that I had.
Thank you.
That was all I had.
Anyone else?
Council members, sorry. My name is Jason Dean. I live at 150 Staples Road. I also own 140 Staples Road, which is an adjacent lot to 150. In 2011, I bought the lot. It was in foreclosure, which I know nothing in Cumberland's in foreclosure now. But back then, there was a different real estate economy. The gentleman that owned the property before me stabled horses. He had 17 horses on the property. The lot I'm on is 3.5 acres. He had 17 horses. His wife and him separated. He could not handle the horses himself, and he got rid of half of the horses. The other half of the horses weren't enough for him to make ends meet. None of these people that stable these horses, and I don't at all, I never have, but they're not making $1 million on stabling horses. It's not a gratuitous occupation. It's actually a labor of love, and that's why they do it. My point is, I abut up against Ash Swamp Conservation Area, and to my knowledge, and some of the horse people might be able to tell me, I don't believe there's anywhere in Cumberland that prohibits riding horses on town green space. So my backyard is literally Ash Swamp. There's hundreds of acres. There's Sneech Pond water overflow. There's hundreds of acres there. I have 1,000 acres of green space with trails that I could, if I decided to go back to the 17 horse on 3.5 acres, I could have and if you stable horses, you don't ride them. What was told to me by Mr. Perry, who is now late Mr. Perry, Jeff Perry, it used to be the Bishop Farm. I don't know if anyone knows the Bishop Farm on Staples Road. I had to tear it down to build my house because I had to conform to the current setbacks. And the barns were on the only footprint where I could put the new house, so they had to come down. One of them is still there, but it's so far gone, it's got to come down. My intent is to build another barn on the property and get horses and goats. So when you stable a horse, normally it's the owner of the horse that you're stabling that comes and exercises the horse. There are two, and again, somebody correct me, but there are 2 types of boards. There's full board and partial board, I believe. And full board is where the person that takes care of the horse feeds the horse 100%. And partial board is where the person that only stables the horse on that property brings the food with them when they come and they exercise their horse. So 3.5 acres for 17 horses was plenty, because just like children, not every horse is going to be in the yard at the same time. If you have 3.5 acres, there might be 4 horses on 3.5 acres. And do you guys know how big an acre is? 45,000 square feet. But do you know what a visualization of that is?
About 204 feet by 204 feet.
Yeah, it's a football field without the end zones. And 1 acre is a football field without the end zones. So picture that in your head and think about how many horses you could fit on that acre. And we're not talking about, as Mr. Kelly said, we're not talking about feeding the horses. The horses, they get out, they exercise, they nibble on the grass that might be there. Some of the grass that grows over the fence they'll nibble on. They're not sustaining themselves on that property. They're only out there to get exercise. They're not all 17 out at once. You're not the only one taking them out. They're not in there emaciated. So some of the comments I heard is, I'm not a horse person, but I'm not making regulations, because I'm not a horse person. But when I hear not a horse person, and respectfully only know that they have 4 legs, did research, but research is a scientific process. You did a Google search, you didn't do research. So, that, in my opinion, is not enough for you to come to a town and make an ordinance. And I'll tell you, 150 Staples Road, and I know this because, I'm a lifelong Cumberland resident. I go to CHOPS, like every true lifelong Cumberland resident, I was sitting next to a gentleman one night, and I mentioned that in 2011 that I bought a property on Staples Road. And he said, "Oh, what property?" I said, "Oh, the old Bishop Farm." And he told me, he said, "Do you know that the Bishop Farm was built in 1808, and it was the first stagecoach stop in Rhode Island?" I said, "I did not know that. It was the first stagecoach stop in Rhode Island in 1808. So to say that people have been illegally stabling these horses, it was a stagecoach stop in 1808. From 1808 until 2011, when I took it, well, when he lost it, I took it a few months after, it was continuously stabling horses from 1808. And now to say that this is all legal and to read something that says we're going to promote farming and agriculture in the town of Cumberland, and to do that, we're going to restrict you, is just absurd. I mean, go back and read that, and then look at what you're trying to do. If you look at that map that the other Mr. Dean brought up, half of the town is zoned agricultural. We all know that half of the town is not agricultural. Most of those are residential homes. The reason that these residential homes have the A1 or A2 designation is because if you go on MapGeo on the town website, you can pull up a 1939 map. It's an aerial flyover that the Army did in 1939. It's on the town website. You can overlay that with the agricultural codes. When you overlay that with the agricultural codes, all of those green areas used to be farms, right? So we lost half of our farms from 1999 to 2011, and that was a tiny fraction of the farms that we lost from 1939 to 1999. So to say that you're going to restrict the ability of people to own horses, and that's your way to promote, people, having farms and to promote the horses in town is just ludicrous. And so the state of Rhode Island allows stabling of horses, and they do it under animal husbandry. That's the code they use. Cumberland has animal husbandry, right? Now we're making a resolution about stabling horses. Well, I don't know. I know none of you are experts in horses, but if you're not an expert in horses, you might not be an expert in a cow, a goat, or a llama. All of those animals also get stabled. So are we going to do a separate cow stabling, goat stabling, llama stabling? I mean, it's not just horses, and not everybody that has llama breeds llamas. Not everybody that has goats in their property breeds goats. I know Adam's farm has a couple of cows. I don't think they're breeding them. I don't know. But are they now in nonconformance because they don't have a separate resolution saying that they can stable their cow, stable their llama? So what we need to do as a town, as a community, is consult the experts. Don't haphazardly, because you're PO'd that things aren't going your way in another instance in town, and one person complains because they don't like horses, and then this entire thing happens. That's ridiculous. Let's consult some experts. This is not Wyoming. These are not free-ranging horses that if they don't have an acre to graze on, they're going to die. Anyway, I'm sorry.
But that's what we're kind of doing in this meeting. We're gaining information that we didn't have by
I understand.
experts. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is where we are at this point.
But,
But you got to understand that back in the 1800s, they didn't have zoning ordinances. Okay?
They had horses.
Yeah, but not zoning ordinances. And then
Well, back then they could have horses without zoning ordinances, and it worked.
I understand that, but the town of Cumberland, and I know that because my wife's family goes way back, okay? And I know what it used to look like. And I've seen photos of what it used to look like in the 20s and the 30s and so on. It
Yep.
looks completely different now than
Yeah.
it did back then, okay? And that's why we have zoning ordinances to begin with, because we've got such a mixture now of development,
Yeah.
okay?
I understand that.
Okay, so what we're trying to do here is to gain as much information as possible to make a recommendation to the town council. This is where the discussion is gonna end up, okay? But we
Yeah.
wanna give them some guidance, and we're trying to gather this evening information in order to make a good decision moving forward with our recommendation to the town council.
I understand. And I didn't mean, to cut you off. Thank you very much.
They're related, they're cousins.
Good evening. My name is Chesley Shimura. I live at 11 Wisteria Lane. My sister had gotten up early to speak. I have that property. I have been in the horse industry my whole life. I have competed. I have been a lifelong 4-H member. I am now the head of the New England 4-H Horse Council. I work for Dover Saddlery, which is basically an LL Bean of horse equipment. I manage 2 stores right now. I was director of all of customer service. I'm currently managing the Wellesley store in Massachusetts, which is about as pretty high-end as you can get, in North Kingstown. So I see all these barns coming in, and I certainly can understand the board. You don't want to hear about my story and my horses on my property. I'm grandfathered in. You already told me that. That's great. What we're all concerned about is I decide I'm going to buy a property in Cumberland. I've lived in Cumberland my whole life. When I was little, I learned at the other Bishop farm that was in a cow field that then got sold and then had neighbors come in and didn't like the horses and push them out. I buy a property, agricultural. My property is agricultural right now. I want to retire. And I want to start giving lessons, or board horses, or do something with horses. I won't go into breeding, because you've already made that clear, I can do that. Now I can't. Maybe I only buy 5 acres, 2 acres, okay? I buy something larger than what I have now. We've been very efficient on my 1 acre. We've learned how to do it so that it's not overcrowding. So here are some facts. You want facts? Here are some facts, okay? The 1 horse per acre is, you look in the 4-H and Pony Club handbooks, that is about as classic as they come. But that is for a horse to be grazed. You go out west, you have that, okay? They don't have to water their horses, they have a natural pond. They're not, and there are a few farms in Rhode Island that have the luxury of grazing their horses, which is great. Summer, you don't have to feed, there's no feed bill. I wish I had that. There are lots of different medical reasons why I can't, the horses that I have right now. One has Cushing's disease, disorder of the pituitary glands. She cannot have sugar. Grass is loaded with sugar. I have a neighbor that has a wonderful field across the street on Wisteria Lane. I know if I asked them, hey, could my horses graze out there? He would say yes. But I can't, it would kill her. I have 2 ponies that absolutely love their food. They can't graze. There's a term in the horse world, dry lot. The vets will say, your horse needs to be on a dry lot. If for some reason your horse is out with grass, you have to buy a special muzzle. We sell them all the time. There's a disorder that the vets will tell you, we don't know exactly why. There are certain predispositions. It's founder, laminitic. The bone that's in the hoof, it's a bone that looks like the hoof, will actually rotate and the tip will go through the bottom of their sole. So we are very careful when it comes to founder, layman's term, laminitic horses. We can't just say 1 acre per horse, because all the horses that I have right now cannot be on grass. So if that was the case, and I did buy a nice property with lots of fields, my horses can't go out in them. Horses are herd animals, and someone did bring up the point. When my late husband passed, I pushed all my horses to friends because I didn't know what was going to happen. I left one horse on the farm. I gave him ulcers. He was a good boy. He didn't complain. He started having diarrhea. He couldn't exist by himself. Friend had a little mini. We brought him in. Life was good. Healed him up. Horses are herd animals. Here's your next fact. You need, one is like the kiss of death to a horse. You can do it, but they need a friend. They are herd animals, okay? Then you have the part of horses need places to roam and go places. Some horses do. Those are the ones that are very big personalities. They're curious. They're going to go out and look. Most of them, horses are flight. Heredity, they're going to get eaten by something. Something happens, they take off. They like their barn. For those of you that have been around Cumberland for a long time, Bill Taylor on Reservoir Road lost his barn to a fire right down the street from me. One of the horses, they all died in the fire. I had one of them. One of those horses was a young 2-year-old. We tracked him through the fields. We could see where he lied down. The firemen found him. He had gone back into the barn. He went back to his friends. So the feeling of horses need lots of places to go. They're not. So now we're going to go into another category for you. What we do with our horse, okay? I've had competition horses my whole life, okay? The more expensive ones, which you know, there are some horses out there that we're talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not the ones that I own, but they are out there. The more expensive your horse is, we have a term. We're going to put them in bubble wrap, because if anything happens to them, I've lost the resale of this horse. So horses that you just see out in the fields, the top show horses, if they're being worked, for the most part, they're being worked. They get a small amount of turnout, because turnout is good for their body, good for their digestive system. Horses can't throw up. That's another little thing that you'll find. So colic, like you think about babies, is very crucial to us. We have to keep our horses moving, or we're having a one heck of a vet bill happening. If I have a racehorse, okay, I worked for a woman that raised racehorses. If I had racehorses on my facility, I'm not turning them out. They're going in their track, they're getting breathed. I'm getting on them and I'm riding them, I'm conditioning their heart, I'm conditioning their lungs. Then I'm taking them at the time we went to Suffolk Downs. I'm never going to turn one of those horses out. If I'm a rehab person with horses, which I have one that just came out of Tufts, he's going to be stall rest for 2 months. He's not going anywhere. In fact, I'm trying to figure out how to keep him happy. Try having a toddler that has to be bedridden. That's about the equivalent of it. So if I have a rehab place, which it has crossed my mind because I'm good at it, I can't. So if I buy a property in or land in Cumberland and says, I'm really good at rehabbing horses, I am. I would love to do this. These horses will never go out because all these people, usually you're getting contracted through, not contracted, word of mouth through your vet. You can try to rehab your horse at home, which I am doing, or they had a list of facilities that I could send my horse to. He's not going out for 2 months. So if I wanted to do a rehab on my new property, I can't. There are different things. There are show animals, there's race horses, there are pleasure horses, trail riding all over the place. When I was young, there were no street sidewalks. There were paths on everyone's front lawn because the horses were going back and forth. When I was a kid, there were people, you would see us riding down Diamond Hill Road. We were everywhere, and it keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And I understand that you're trying to be pro-horse, but to us as horsemen, you're not. I get the fact that it needs to be agricultural, because that was one of my points coming here. Please, leave the agricultural. I'm on agricultural because I want to see somebody growing plants. I want to see horses, llamas, goats, whatever being raised. I've lived the neighbors coming in, and I have one right now, that I'm worried about what complaints I'm going to have because you chose to move into Cumberland. You chose to buy the house next to me. You saw that I have horses. I understand I'll be grandfathered in, but will the complaints be something that grows? And now I can't keep my horses there. I understand you said no, but I'm living on the other side. I watched it happen. We used to have 2 working dairy farms. They're all gone. I just see Cumberland becoming a bedroom community, and I understand that the world is changing, but the part about Cumberland that's nice, and if you grew up around Cumberland as a kid, because it was a farm feeling, and it's not a farm feeling anymore. So if you guys have any questions, I'm always available. I have contacts. You really should be contacting vets to get, again, the experts of it. So that's just a little flavor of, I'm hoping, the facts that you wanted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go to the town council meeting. Educate them. This is why I'm saying, I don't know if we can set any number on it and just allow it. And I would think most people are fairly responsible. They want their horses to be healthy, not put so many on an acre they can't take care of them. So I don't know if we want to tell the town council they have to decide themselves if there should be a limit, or if it should just be allowed in these zones and not put any kind of a number on it.
I did not expect this to be the most controversial item on our agenda tonight, I'll tell you that. But I do appreciate everybody's feedback, because I had no idea. I mean, we saw this the other day. So, I mean, this is not something this board has been working on or had been planning. This came from the town staff, which I appreciate, because they're trying to solve a problem. I kind of see 2 roads. One is we can kick it back to the planning department to keep working through it and take some of the feedback and do some additional research, or if we're going to kick it to the town council, I would be willing to say that we agree with the concept of the ordinance, but I don't feel confident recommending to them any number. And I know they have an ordinance subcommittee, and this is what they do, is work through the nitty-gritty of ordinances, and maybe that's the right place for the research and the testimony to happen, to come to a number, but...
So the ordinance subcommittee has already looked at this and decided that it's fine as long as you're fine with it. So, but that's only 3 members of the council. So they haven't heard from the residents. I think the idea of recommending approval, because I think everybody understands that this is an ordinance that is intended to help agriculturally zoned property owners. Again, I have no skin in the game. When I said I researched, I want to be clear, I don't think I used the word Google. I looked at ordinances across the country. Glenn looked at ordinances, that's how we do research as attorneys and planners, across the state. So other communities have these limits. I really personally don't care what the limit is. I think, I have friends that have horses. It's a wonderful thing. Nobody's trying to restrict horses. We're actually trying to make sure that horses are allowed where they should be, What the number is, you're right. I don't know it. That's what a public hearing is for. So all the information that you're giving to us is helpful, and if there's any specific information that you can send to Glenn as the planner before the town council meeting, maybe he can look at that because he may be attending the council meeting, as a result of this, to give further input. I don't think we should hold it. I think that you should make your recommendation, because and I know there's other people that want to talk, but I think that the concept is important, that we allow this, but the number is, this last resident who spoke talked about different types of use of the property and how horses use the property. and again, I hate to even say anything because I'm not an expert, but if there was different levels, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But we do, as regulators, in our regulations, we do tend to have some number. But again, if I don't, I don't have a vote, Glenn doesn't have a vote. This is something that was brought to our attention. We wanted to make it right, and that was our intention, was to make it right. So,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Costa?
Mr. Chairman?
I've learned a lot about horses this evening, more than I have in all the years that I've been alive. But I don't feel comfortable voting on this, personally. I just don't feel comfortable, because I've heard so many different tests that, we want to put a number on it, but yet the horses may be in a barn for a long period of time, so how can you put a number on that? There's so many variables that I've heard this evening about this ordinance, I'm really totally confused as to making a decision on this.
Mr. Scone?
I echo some of what Mr. Bush has said in regard to maybe leaving the number unlimited. And the reason I bring that up is that, first of all, we're just trying to make sure the riding stable horse boarding is legal in the zone. So that's the first issue. The second issue with the limit, to me, based on what I've heard tonight and what I've known from horse owners in the past, they're very passionate people about what they do with their horses. And I get the sense that there's no need to put a limit on it at this particular point in time, unless there's some major issue going down the road that requires us to, police this particular situation. Based on what I've heard tonight, I would recommend not having a limit, but obviously we need to pass this ordinance in order for it to be conforming.
Well, I always thought that a horse is a horse, of course. And what I've learned tonight, okay, is that there are many different horses that have their own, we've talked about herds, we've talked about they need companionship. And a thoroughbred or a race horse is not the same as a working horse. That's something that, I never really thought about, okay? And thank you very much, because it's good information. But the intent is to have an ordinance that allows the use of horses in an agricultural zone, and I'm okay with that, okay? And as far as setting limits, a number, yeah, I'm sort of uncomfortable in a way to come up with a particular number, but I think we need to have an ordinance that allows stabling in our agricultural zones, regardless of what that number will be. And I think that we should forward to the town council with our recommendation of what we've learned this evening and what needs to be discussed at their meeting. And I'm okay with that. There was a lady there, ma'am, you wanted to say something? Please come forward. See, I didn't forget you.
Extremely short. Hi, my name is Mackenzie Rennick. I live at 111 Curran Road. I'm residential, so technically this doesn't really adhere to me right now, but since you guys are asking for numbers, I figured I would come up and give a little bit of advice for that. Wouldn't call myself an expert, but I've been riding and I've owned horses for close to 20 years now. I do have horses on my property, which are loved by all my neighbors, friends, and family. We have a number of children in the neighborhood who have autism, other special needs that come over and find therapy with the horses. We actually had a 4-year-old little boy speak his first 2 words ever, just by interacting with one of my horses, to the point his speech therapist was extremely impressed. As far as numbers go, so I also have horses that require a dry lot. I have miniatures, which are predisposed to metabolic issues, as well as my 2 older horses that are full size. One of them, her breed is predisposed. She's a standard bred Morgan, which means she automatically just metabolizes things differently. She can develop, insulin resistance, which is something my horse, who I've had for 15 years, did develop later on in life. And my horses are the same way. I put them on grass, they're gonna die, they're gonna founder, they'll have a laminitic episode. We actually had a horse who got into a little bit of too much green hay, just regular hay. He was able to sneak his head through the fence and grab it from one of the other horses, and he almost had laminitis. So that just goes to show you like the intensity of how this can be. So my horses all require dry lots, per my vet, per everything that we've done. And to give you some numbers as far as that goes, so also I have horses that have had injuries. One of my little guys, he has Cushing's. He has smoothed down teeth, so he's prone to choke. So he can't have grass because he could choke on it and die. He also could eat too much sugar. He also has neurologic issues in his back legs, so he has to be to a smaller space. I'll mention he's at least 30 years old. He's 40 inches tall, so he needs a very small space in order to stay healthy and alive. And the recommended amount of space per horse for a dry lot by the University of Minnesota is 400 square feet. That includes shelter, food, and water. A typical 10 by 10 stall, which is what pretty much everybody is gonna have, if not bigger, sometimes a little bit smaller, is 100 square feet. So that right there leaves you 300 square feet of space for them to walk around. That might not seem necessarily ideal. That could be a horse that's laid up on rehab rest. That could be a horse like my little guy. He does get more space to move around because it helps him to stay kind of loose. He's monitored. I will say my horses, they've got plenty of space to move around. They stand still all day. They'll occasionally go into the arena and run around. Like I mentioned, my horse who I've had for 15 years, she suffered a tear in both of her back legs one day because she had too much space to run around. She kicked up too high and ran too fast, and she tore her ACLs in both back legs. She actually had tears in both of her meniscus too. So it goes to show every horse's needs are different. I have worked on other farms where they have miles and miles of field, and those horses, they're staying to one little area. There are horses who work. My guys are retired. They don't work. They don't need much space because it could harm them. There are horses who are retired who would love a big open green pasture field. It really goes to each independent animal, and I definitely agree with everybody else as well that when they're in work, they don't need a lot of space. They don't want a lot of space. They like to kind of just lay up and hang out in their stall. My horses have in and out, which means they have a stall that opens to a paddock. The door stays open all the time, so they can choose where to be. My horses are always in their stalls, if not standing in one spot, always in their paddock. My little guys, when they get to go out in the ring, they'll run around for a second, and then they stand together forever. We have to entice them with food to get them to move around, actually. So as far as just like numbers and things like that go, that gives you a rough idea. 400 square feet. Well, in an acre, it's over 43,000 square feet, which would give us over 100 horses per acre. That's unrealistic. In other places, that could be totally realistic depending on what they're doing. If it's a racing stable, those horses do not go out much because they have to keep that frame of mind. They'll go out on hot walkers, they'll be hand walked, they'll go out for breezing, things like that, but they're mostly kept in stalls, really long shed rows. And so in those cases, that's understandable. So as far as that goes, kind of considering those numbers and considering how many horses are kept in Cumberland, we've had no complaints until now. One sole person who just, it doesn't adhere to what they want Cumberland to be like. Cumberland is known as being farmland. I understand on the agricultural aspect that, you know, apparently this wasn't an ordinance. We moved to Cumberland to have horses because in our residential area, we could have it. We hadn't considered agricultural, but that would have been completely out of mind that agricultural wouldn't allow horses unless it's for certain things. Now, what we could do is with that animal husbandry, we could just add stabling to that. That's another thing. We could add stabling, we could add keeping your own horses. We could also change that ordinance, since we're talking about changing ordinances and fixing things and playing by the rules. We could adjust that. That way it fits to, we don't want to upset anybody and take away anybody's rights that they already have, take away what's already loved in the community by most and has been loved for forever. That goes to show how many people have had horses for years, and apparently people didn't know about it. Because nobody was complaining, everybody loved it. So if we're looking at these numbers and we're looking at all these facts, I feel like if you're looking for a set number, personally, 4 to 6 horses per acre, as others have suggested, seems totally reasonable to me. depending on the uses. And here's the thing, horse people, we're not out to harm our horses. We will always, always do what's in the best interest of them. We're not gonna put 6 horses that need an acre each on an acre. We're gonna do what's best. If my horses needed more space, I would bring them somewhere that they have more space. If that ever came up where, hey, you know what, something's over, they can go and they need a big pasture, they will go somewhere with a big pasture. We will always do right by our horses. So just by giving this number, doesn't mean people are gonna take advantage of it and be like, I'm gonna throw all the horses on. They're going to do what's best, but if that number of horses works for what they need, if somebody wants to just retire all their horses one day, just wants to open up their property to just take on retired horses, horses get thrown away, get abandoned every day. Some people do that. They could have that space to do it for that horse's needs. So just wanted to kind of give some more perspective onto some research I did from the University of Minnesota, if anyone wants to look it up just to fact check that, but to kind of give a little bit more perspective into horses' needs. Again, I also agree, definitely speak to some vets. They'll be very honest with you. Speak to people in that horse community if you want the expert opinions, and they'll be able to give you a better idea of what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Of course.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Brittany Mayer. I live on 150 Tower Hill Road. I'm the daughter of Carol and the niece of Chesley, who got up and spoke earlier. I've obviously grown up with horses my entire life. I've made a profession out of it. I train horses. I train a lot of extremely bad, unwanted horses. I save their lives is what I do. I've been all over the country at different barns for different types of horses. I've worked for places that I'd rather never go back to because of the care of their animals, the treatment of their animals. I've learned what I don't want to be. I've learned what I do want to be, how I want to treat my horses, how I don't. I've seen anywhere from 60 horses on 5 acres work, and I've seen 5 horses on 10 acres not work. Putting a number on it, like you guys have said, is almost impossible. As far as one of you had spoken about making levels of different things, there's too many gray areas to do that. So I'm just as confused about you all as you all are, and I've been doing it my whole life. So what I really would like to speak about is my experience working with the Bureau of Land Management with wild Mustangs. I currently actually am going this weekend to pick one up from Tennessee. She will be my 11th personal Mustang that I've owned, basically straight out of the holding facilities. The Bureau of Land Management, if you guys don't know, regulates the wild horses, mostly out west in multiple states. They've limited how many horses should be on public lands out there and everything. There's too many horses, so they round them up, they pull them off of the rangelands and try to place them into private care, where they're actually going to get vet care and all of that. So I take a lot of these horses, I get them ready for regular horse people to be able to ride them and give them a good life. The Bureau of Land Management requires 200 square feet per horse. This is the federal government wants 200 square feet per horse. That would mean 217 horses per acre. When you do the math, that's ridiculous, obviously. All of my Mustangs stay in fairly small areas until they're ready for more, if they're ever ready for more. Some of them like that small area. So I just wanted to speak to what the federal government has wanted for the horses that they actually own. They own all of these Mustangs until they're placed into private care, and that's what they require. And they never need any more than that for their requirement. They could live like that the rest of their life, and the federal government is fine with that. So I just wanted to also say, I have a place in Cumberland that I can work out of because of my mother. And if that ever fell through, my aunt, I know if I asked, would let me do something out of her property. But there's also a piece of me as well that I love Cumberland. I keep leaving and I keep coming back. And I've been to Florida. I've been to Ocala, Florida. That's the horse capital of the world. I've lived there twice. I come back every time. I've been to Fort Worth, Texas multiple times and worked out there, shown all over the country. I keep coming back to Cumberland because I love the people here. I love my horse family here. We always have each other's backs. It's not the case in other places. And I worry that at some point, if I wanted to start my own thing aside from my parents' property, I'm going to be restricted and I'm not going to be able to do that. This is the only thing that I know how to do. I've tried other things. I went to school for 6 years for elementary education. This is what I want to do. And if I'm told that I can't do that in the place that I love most on this planet, that's heartbreaking. So to say, I know all of this started because I don't know who doesn't want Sarah Murphy to open her business and have horses on her property. But that's terrifying for me to be told that someday I couldn't do what she wants to do in the only place that I want to be. So I guess that's all I have to say because everybody else has said most of it. If there's any questions, I'm always available.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, thank you. I'll close this portion of the open meeting regarding this proposal and restrict comments to the planning board.
I think we could recommend the ordinance, but not the number on it. That would be.
Yeah,
I
I
think
get the
it's
sense there's
important to
a
have
general
the ordinance.
agreement that
Yeah.
the sense of the ordinance we agree with. It's the number that we just can't pinpoint, if there should be a number at all.
We want to, at least I want to ensure that the horse stabling is allowed on agricultural land. It's where, not that it doesn't belong anywhere else, but it also belongs there. And as we've heard tonight, there's no fast number because it's a myriad of types of horses that require different amounts of area. So,
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Reese.
But I also heard that, I don't want a number, but if we had to put a number, I heard a lot about 6 per acre, 6 horses per acre. So if I was to put a number, I wouldn't go any lower than that because these are the numbers that I've heard from a couple of people. Not that I want a number, but if anybody's going to put a number, I think going less than 6 would not be what the recommendation and the experts are telling us. That's my opinion, and that's...
Well, we could, in our recommendation to the town council, because this is the most important thing, is a number, that we could say that if they so felt that there should be a number, it shouldn't be anything less than 6 per acre. However, given the testimony that we received tonight, it still could be restrictive in some cases and not in other cases. So I'm really okay with just sending a recommendation to the town council that be allowed.
6 or more based on the needs? No. No, you can't do that, because then it leaves it open.
Right, correct. I think it's something that needs to be discussed at the town council level, and that we're in agreement that this ordinance allows for the stabling of horses in agricultural zone. And
I think you could just say, and no less than 6. if that's what you want to say.
That's, yeah, I was.
But not depending on the circumstances, because that is subject to interpretation, so
And
no less
People
than
always
6.
have the
No.
right to come back to the town council and say.
Right, but they could
Because of
also-
my circumstances, I could put 12 per acre because my horses don't leave very limited areas, and the town council could
Yeah,
provide permission for that.
and the town council could also say, just take that part out. They could do whatever they want.
Yep. I'm okay with that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. McDonald?
I was thinking along the same lines of putting a number on it. But I have great sympathy for the people who have spoken, and I don't want to intrude upon their way of life, literally, because it is a way of life. It's not an occupation, apparently. I learned a lot tonight. But in putting a number on it, if I were to vote for it, I would do it with the intent that those of you who are here and have an interest in this, that you get something together for the town council. You've mentioned categories, I can't remember them now, but there are working horses, there are horses that are retired, no longer work. There are horses that are ill. They have different requirements. And if you can come up with some logical, I'll say fair, that's an impossible word to define, a scheme that could be put in language of an ordinance and codify this in law, I think that's where we want to go. It's not nearly as simple as I thought it was when I walked in here tonight. So, I'm wondering, we can't control the town council, but suggest perhaps that they hold this off until the March meeting, a meeting in March. In other words, to give the people here a period of time to put together some information.
I think that between tonight and the town council meeting, if anybody here, because this seems to be the horse community, and I understand that they're all talking to each other, they can send comments to Glenn, but I do not recommend that you hold off making a recommendation.
But that isn't what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were saying bring it back at the March meeting.
No. Maybe I misspoke. My intent was to put a number on it and make a recommendation with the understanding that the people would have a chance to put all of the circumstances and the nuance in there to present to the town council. What I was attempting to say was, I picked March, could be next month, in February, for the council's meeting. In other words, to give a period of time for the people to put together testimony.
I have a feeling that they would do it very quickly.
Okay. I mean, the council sets their own agenda. But those are my thoughts.
I feel that we should not put the number and tell these people what to do. They are horse people. They know what they can, what they cannot do, and we should leave them alone and make decisions themselves.
Mr. Scone?
Again, that was my premise earlier, to not put a number on this, again, because, again, the passion I see here and I think the ability for the horse owners to take care of their lot is far more than what we can do, and putting a number on it probably doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned, based on what I've learned tonight.
Anyone else?
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, I do too. I think the town council needs to hear from this group before they make a decision. Even if they want to do a subcommittee, that's up to them, they can do whatever they want. But they need to hear what these people said to us tonight, because I think it really touched me, so they did a nice job.
They did do a good job.
Well, on the outset,
Yeah.
I made it very clear that we don't make that decision, the town council makes the decision. We just make a recommendation to the town council. So, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we send a recommendation to the town council that ordinance 23-31 is consistent with the purposes and goals of the comprehensive plan. However, based on the testimony we received tonight, we recommend that the council not put a limit on the number of horses that could be kept on a property, and include with our recommendation Mr. Modica's memo of January 19th, 2024.
I have a motion by
Second.
Mr. Butler, seconded by Mr. Costa. Any other discussion? Yes, Mr. McDonald.
Is the, if the sense of the board is to do this, is that the equivalent of voting against the ordinance?
No.
No.
No, and Mr. Modica will have to revise his recommendation that comes from you now to
Okay.
include that language. I'll revise the ordinance, redlining that to take out that language and doing that as an alternative that they can adopt.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair votes yes.
I did.
Oh, man.
Yeah, these people over here are for the storage unit. These people over here are for the storage unit.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna take a brief recess, 5 minutes. We're gonna take a brief recess for about 5 minutes to let the chambers clear. I'll reconvene the meeting at 7:59 PM. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, public informational meeting, Major Land Development Master Plan. Applicant Kimley Horn and Associates, owner SRO A95 Industrial Road LLC. Project name Storage Rentals of America. Location 90 Industrial Drive, Assessors Plat 23, Lot 184, zoning I-1 with public water and public sewer. The applicant requests master plan approval to construct an approximately 21,000 square foot, single-story, self-storage facility. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the planning board reviewed the original master plan in September of 2022, and that proposal included a 3-story self-storage building. The project also needed a zone change because at the time, we only allowed one-story storage buildings. There was some opposition to the project from neighbors in the adjacent residential zone. The application was continued several times and ultimately withdrawn. Before we go into the project, I just want to explain the timing of the application and changes to our zoning ordinance. So our new and current zoning ordinance no longer permits self-storage facilities of any size anywhere. They're just not allowed. But this application came in early enough and it was certified complete prior to the ordinance going into effect. So in a sense, they are grandfathered in and are allowed to build a 1-story storage building by right. They don't need any waivers or variances. The building meets the required 75-foot setback between industrial and residential zones. The applicant will be submitting a more robust landscape plan at preliminary plan to better screen the property and the building in particular from the neighbors. Drainage will also be addressed at an upcoming technical review committee meeting. The project engineer and our public works director, Joe Duarte, are here if you have any questions about drainage. Since there are the 2 lots, one on the north subject lot and the one to the south that are going to be used for storage, they share the same stormwater basin, but these 2 lots are going to be merged prior to final plan. And they're also going to be merged for the purposes of parking, so both of these facilities can share parking. Other aspects such as lighting and signs will also be reviewed by the technical review committee at the next stage, at the preliminary plan stage, to ensure everything is directed away from the neighbors. So with that, the planning department finds the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we are recommending approval of this master plan.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Modica? Hearing none, is the applicant or his representative here? Mr. Partington.
Scott Partington for SROA Storage Rentals of America. As it's becoming commonplace for me to say that that the planning department and their staff reports has been pretty thorough and comprehensive, which they were again in this instance. Basically, what it came down to was a decision by the applicant that to get into the zoning of it and to go through any further issues with respect to the ordinance and what I felt was an inconsistency, but regardless, the applicant simply said, look, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's see if we can make a one-story facility work. So you've got a situation where you've got the total gross floor area is cut down by 1/3. You've got the height cut more than in half. You've got the storage units went from 465 units to 156. You've got several of the larger types units that were precluded that were originally proposed. Matter of right, no variances. The buffer was obviously the 75-foot buffer was a concern always. As you see from the staff report, there's going to be, I'm sure, conditions imposed with respect to beefing up that buffer. Also, with respect to, again, referring to the staff report, obviously all of the The buzzwords and all of the standards for purposes of master plan were cited, but also, when it comes to the comprehensive plan and the land use element, economic development element, one of the things that stands out was something that we talked about way back when. It seems like a very long time ago when this started. Was basically that you've got an I-1 zone that borders on a residential neighborhood, so you want to do the best you can, I'm sure, to make it a transitional type of use. I-1, and I remember the last time we were here, I went down the list in the use table of the I-1 uses permitted as a matter of right, and even those permitted by special use permit. And they're pretty intensive uses. You're looking at height requirements of 75 feet possibly. So I think that the applicant has gone a long way in trying to accommodate neighbors, and also to not to get into it with, as far as the ordinance is concerned, with respect to the single story. I have tonight, for purposes of the meeting, any questions, Ms. Esch is here from Kimley Horn, who performed the engineering work, also the traffic, and the parking analysis, the traffic analysis. And as Mr. Modica indicated, I believe there was, if memory serves me, there was an issue with drainage, and that something in the initial project had to be rectified, if I'm not mistaken, and that the merging of the lots and the drainage to be handled through the lot to the south is going to hopefully remediate any of those issues. So Ms. Esch is here, again, for any questions. And again, I really don't have a lot to add to what Mr. Modica has indicated. The changes, it's the same use. The changes, I believe, are significant, and they are such that they don't need any relief.
Could you just repeat the numbers again for Mr. Byington?
Sure. The ones I already talked about. Okay.
Yeah, just quick.
Yeah, sure. On the third three-story before, I made the comparisons, Mr. Costa. Okay, so on the gross floor area on the three was 62,700. You had a 20,900 square foot footprint. You had 35 feet in height, 465 storage units. The unit sizes range from 5 by 5 to up to 10 by 30. With the new proposal, you do have a slight increase in the footprint. Oh, and also, I'm sorry, no, strike that. You do have a slight increase, 21,000 on the footprint. You go down to 156 storage units, 16 feet 8 inches at the maximum height from 35. And also, you don't have the two largest units, to the extent that it's relevant to the outside of the facility. You've got your 10 by 20s and your 10 by 30 storage units have been excluded.
Thank you.
And I believe, hold on one sec, I think, just a moment. Okay, no, thank you. I just want to check one thing again. I'm not going to bore you with the list again from the use table. Suffice it to say that, again, they are all industrial uses, and I would say, arguably, that they are all more intensive, far more intensive than indoor storage.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Butler.
so I had there's an article in the Valley Breeze today about this project, and in the article, the mayor raises some concerns about the drainage. So it would be helpful if Ms. Esch, is that her?
Yes.
Could just walk us through the drainage issues?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, yeah, I'd be glad to. I mean,
That'd be great.
while
Just
we're
for the
here,
record.
I know it's, absolutely,
Yeah,
sure.
Thanks.
Hey, good evening. My name is Kelly Esch. I am a civil engineer and project manager with Kimley Horn. Thank you all. So the proposed, I'm not familiar with the article that was published today, so I'll have to read that after this.
It only has 2 sentences, and it's way at the end, but it does deal with the drainage. So
Sure.
I thought for the record, it would be good to
Sure,
put
definitely.
out there what the issues are.
Yeah, so the existing stormwater management basin that exists on Lot 185 was actually originally designed to receive stormwater runoff from 1.07 acres of Lot 184. However, due to the as-built topography of Lot 184, all of its stormwater runoff of the 1.655 acres currently flows off-site and completely bypasses that stormwater management basin today. So the project proposes to utilize the existing stormwater management basin for flow attenuation and water quality volume, as was the original design intent. The redevelopment project will actually have less impervious cover compared to what was previously approved in the original drainage report, which was, so that pond was designed to handle an acre of impervious coverage of Lot 184. We're proposing 0.65 acres of impervious cover with a total of 0.8 acres of total land disturbance. So offsite runoff will be reduced from the current conditions. So all the stormwater runoff that currently flows offsite will now be collected and routed to that stormwater management basin. And then the existing basin and outlet control structure have been modeled per the as-built survey, like the current survey condition, to ensure that they can adequately support the proposed improvements and provide the required stormwater management. So of course, all of this, complete hydrology analysis will be submitted at the time of preliminary plan, that demonstrates that it's, meets or exceeds all applicable stormwater regulations.
So just to be clear, so I don't know, because the mayor's comments are a little bit vague, at least the way Ethan wrote them in the story, but I think the concern is the flooding that's happening by Okanite, and that a lot of the stormwater from the industrial park is flowing towards Diamond Hill Road, and the system that's currently there can't handle that level of water when we have these torrential rains, and the road has to be closed until it drains. So am I correct in saying that the water from these 2 lots that are going to be merged is staying on those lots in a detention basin and not moving into the bigger system, or is that wrong?
So the lots, it'll be attenuated so that the pre-development flows, the post-development flows are less than the pre-development flows. So it's not going to fully infiltrate and stay on site. There's a detention system. Yes, it will be released. There's an existing outlet control structure that, controls how quickly the water is released. But overall, all flows will be reduced.
Maybe Mr. Duarte can speak to it. I know that this is his project, so as far as the flooding problems.
Good evening, Honorable Council, Planning Board. The concern, let me try to address your concern. The overflow from this site will not go down Industrial Road. So it will not impact Industrial Road and all the issues that we have. But early on, when I looked at this project, as you can understand, just the words Industrial Road, makes the hair in the back of your neck raise. It's been shut down, I think, about 15 times this year. So it warranted further investigation. And what I saw in the plans and what I've heard from residents is that the water from the proposed lot does go off-site, does not go to the facility, as Ms. Ash indicated. And so that does cause problems with the neighbors downhill away from Industrial Road. But nonetheless, it does create issues for those neighbors. So we're cognizant of it, we're sensitive to that, and we want to make sure that it's not going to exacerbate any other issues. The other concern I had, it's 2 separate lots. In the proposal right now, it indicates use of a detention pond off its lot. So to me, that raised the red flag where what authority do you have to use that? Although common ownership someday may not be, and so unless you have an easement in place, or in this particular case, they have said that they were going to subdivide the lot into one, not subdivide, but rather merge the lots to one lot. That will take care of the issue as far as getting easements and so forth. So that really was the concern. And of course, I don't know exactly what was said by the mayor, but the concerns, any concerns of Industrial Road is a great concern to us at this moment. So that's what that came from.
The way I read his comments was he was concerned, I think, that water would be flowing from this site down Industrial Road would just make that flooding worse. But if it's staying on the site, and I think I read in your memo, Ms. Nash, that there'll be some topographical changes so that the water doesn't so much flow down to the neighbors, but it'll stay on the site,
Correct.
which it's not doing right now.
Right, so in the existing condition right now, they're receiving all lot, or, lot 184 is not being routed to any sort of stormwater management system. So in the developed condition, it will be routed to the stormwater management basin.
Excuse me, can you explain that proposed condition for that drainage? So we have the proposed building, 21,000 square feet.
Yep.
The roof leaders?
Yep.
Are they leading to
Yeah.
the pipe and catch basin system behind the building?
Correct.
And then I'm looking at the grading plan. There doesn't seem to be a swale or a berm or anything like that to prevent any overflow from washing down. It looks like it's a 3-to-1 slope. You have 2 catch basins along the back side of the building. And then the site continues, as best as I can see on here. There's some natural topography that goes up a little bit and then, goes down to the neighborhood. So are we confident that this drainage system with the 2 catch basins is going to be adequate enough for the amount of runoff that can happen from this building?
Yeah, so the roof leaders will tie directly into the pipe, and the 2 yard inlets will pick up surface water that is routed to it. There will be bypass, but not, we are capturing the entire footprint of the building, the surface parking area, loading area, all of that is being routed to the stormwater management basin as well.
Okay, so hypothetically, the only amount of water that should be on the neighborhood side of this catch basin system is whatever rainfall falls there. There shouldn't be
Correct.
Any additional
Correct.
heading down the hill?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Board have any other questions?
I'm curious to know how the neighborhood's made out with all the rain that we had lately. It's almost like 100-year storms.
Oh, I'm sure we're going to hear from them anyway. so.
Well, I'd assume the majority of the problems are on the other end of Industrial Road. As Mr. Duarte has indicated, the flow is not going to, is not going to, nothing's going to affect, or nothing's going to come down Industrial Road. So that's, as you know from driving through Cumberland, that's been the major problem where Okanite is, and it's, it's substantial.
So what's happening out at Diamond Hill Road in Industrial Drive is independent of,
Yes, it is. They're right.
Project.
I mean, I'm certainly not discounting the fact that there's been some runoff issues now that have to be corrected. On this site, there's no question about that. But I just wanted to, it seemed as though from what Mr. Butler was saying that I didn't see that in the Valley Breeze. But again, I believe what he was referring to was the concern about, the Okanite property, which again is considerable. There's no question about that.
but what we have right now existing on this site is just basically, it's a gravel parking lot for all intents and purposes with some trailers and cars and whatever else on it. So it makes most sense that most of that water is going down to the neighbors because there's nothing intercepting it at this point. So once the building is constructed, that drainage, the roof leaders and so on and so forth, is going to be directed to the basin that's on
Yes.
the adjacent,
Yes.
the adjacent parcel, which will be one big parcel.
And that's what I was referring to earlier. I just couldn't specifically, I know there was an issue that there was, and Ms. Esch spoke to it, about the corrective measures that had to be taken, that are going to be taken by merging the lots and by servicing that lot to the south, servicing both the buildings, sets of buildings.
So I have a follow-up question based on that detention basin. Do we know when that detention basin was originally constructed? And does it still meet all of the flow rates and infiltration rates that it needs to?
I don't know when it was constructed. That drainage report was done in 2003, so we could assume a year or so after that it was probably constructed. We do have a recent survey of the pond, And we've modeled the actual as-built conditions. So we've compared the original approved drainage report to the as-built condition to the current standards as well. And that'll all be outlined in a, comprehensive hydrology analysis with the original report attached and all the all of that will be
Okay.
provided at prelim plan. But yes, to answer your question, it will meet all current standards
Okay. And will
applicable to
there
the
be
site.
any work done to it to add a new layer of maintenance to it, cleaning out the drain lines, mowing it, anything like that, making sure that it's...
That's all routine maintenance,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm
that
wondering if
needs
it's going to be
to-
part of this project, since they're going to be working on it and then utilizing the detention basin, if they would take that opportunity to do that regular maintenance as part of this.
Yeah, my understanding is that, yes, all of that regular maintenance would, coincide with.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
And the one thing we haven't touched on yet is the buffer.
I'm sorry.
The buffer, landscape buffering and so on. We haven't discussed that at this
Well,
point.
no, I mean, and again, I think that, again, as far as distance is concerned, as you can see, we don't need a variance between the industrial and as far as setback is concerned. I know, Mr. Monica, if you looked at the staff report, there are suggestions. He talks about non-deciduous trees and about plantings and some, also some fencing to supplement the buffer. I think from memory, I read it earlier today, was that was something that the planning department, that was the basic condition of the staff, was one of the concerns, was the visual buffer between residential.
Yeah, the screening and so on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the applicant's aware of that. That's,
Okay. Because that's something that's going to...
I mean, notwithstanding the distance, there's also the visual, so you.
Yeah. Correct. Any other questions? Mr. McDonald?
The two issues, one of them is the drainage. The other is, quite frankly, the people are going to speak, but it's the idea of screening the building from their backyards. And I can't get it exact, but it's about a 35% slope from the end of your property line down. That's steep.
Yep.
So, but that helps in the sense that it being so steep, you don't have to have obstructions, if you will, to shield the building from the sight of the residents. So it would be helpful at the next phase if you had some type of representation to show a person standing in a abutting property and what it looks to the west, to the southwest, with the building constructed, to try and show that the view of the building, for lack of a better phrase, you can't see it. Or if it's going to be seeable because you've got shrubbery or whatever that's got to grow out. But those are the two. They've got this by right.
Yeah.
So we...
Right, no, we do have as a matter of right, but we understand also that, we're here for a reason, and master plan is conceptual, but there's a reason, there's concerns that you raised. So the drainage is one, I think Ms. Esch has addressed it, and as you know, preliminary, there's gonna be a lot more details on that preliminary plan that are gonna be reviewed and considered by Mr. Duarte and his department. I think also here is, and again, it is, this is a different kind of a site. You've got that real slope that you talked about, Mr. McDonald. The applicant is sensitive to that, and I told him from day one, I knew what the situation was, and that there was going to be a problem potentially if there wasn't adequate screening. So everyone's aware of that, and we're sensitive to it. The zoning ordinance itself, as it existed before January 1st, right? I mean, probably is still there. The screening part of it, I think, is probably still there. It talks about supplementing it, and there always can be other conditions that can be placed on that, depending on moving forward, what you see or what you don't see, depending on your suggestion, Mr. McDonald, to actually have it depicted in some way to show what the visual would be from whatever point. Yeah, which would be right. Which would be what, southwest, right? I guess. Right, yeah.
No, I agree, Mr. McDonald. I think it would be very helpful to see what the screening would be like from the neighbors, and what actually will be needed. Now, Okanite did a great job when they expanded that facility.
They did.
Well, the
No, they did. No,
the
and
the
they
berm,
were very concerned about.
Yeah.
You know, they were.
not only that, but my dentist is across the street, and when I sit in the chair, I can see straight across, and you can only see the very top of the building. They did a great job, so I'm kind of visualizing that this is what we're looking for screening. I don't know if you're gonna need berms or anything, but, you know, that'll be determined as far as any type of shrubbery or trees and so on and so forth.
And I think the slope does, again, in a twisted sort of way, does help, like Mr. McDonald said, you know, it does take some of the, you know, the sight, it's not like the natural sight line or the straight sight line.
Correct.
Like you do have at Okanite, you know, and that was, the berm was something that, I think, as a matter of fact, I believe it was the solicitor at the time, who was the planner, I believe, who insisted on the berm to shield it from my own neighborhood across the street there, Arnold Avenue, Roger Wakers.
Yeah.
Well, they did do a nice job there, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what
Sure.
I'm visualizing and I'm kind of striving for. So
And
that
those
we
are the
can,
items that were raised by the planning department in the staff report, so.
right, okay. I figured we'd just touch upon that now at master plan so
Certainly.
that we've got that in our minds and moving forward.
Certainly. We're here, so any
Okay.
questions?
Any other questions at this point? Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think there's anything else. Is there, engineering-wise, that we're concerned with? We'll know better when we get to the
And
next
we're
stage.
here anyway, if anything else comes up.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do the best we can to respond.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is a master plan, but as a courtesy, we always open it up to the floor so that the abutters can ask any questions they may have or give us any other input that they might have. So ma'am, I know you've got your hand up, so you're the first one to go. Just give us your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Engler. It's 10 Corey Lane. And I wasn't planning on speaking this evening. I will say this is success because it's not 3 stories. It's only 1. So I do feel like we've come a long way. But speaking about the drainage and talking about merging, I'm not sure about all the words that the engineer was talking about. I just know this was outside my bedroom window. And this is what it sounded like. This is not the storm that we just had.
Now, was it raining or at the time? or-
That's our front yard
Yeah.
between, I'll stop it. That was in the spring, before we had all this torrential rain. That was just a heavy rainstorm. And the amount of water that comes down and is not handled is incredible. In fact, well, it's melted probably today, but if you come up Corey Lane, when the snow is melting, there is this huge just patch of ice that just goes past the Hosny's driveway and number 5, their driveway, because it just can't handle the water. So I'm not sure what merging these,
It's just lots.
okay, if you merge the lot.
Yeah, they're
but
2
you're-
separate lots.
Right, because one of them, the one that already has the storage facility on it, is directly behind me right now. That detention or retention area is in my backyard at the top, and this is what happens. And now we're talking about taking more runoff from this new construction and sharing that, because we can't even handle what we have right now.
Well, okay. Well, they're gonna have to redesign that. What they wanted to do is direct the stormwater from that site to where that basin is, but they still have to design that basin to adequately handle all the runoff on that site, okay?
To come through our properties.
Well, the thing
Because
is, we
that's
haven't
what's
seen the
happening
design
now.
yet, so we really don't know
Okay.
the extent of it, but it has to be able to handle all that runoff. And
Because it can't handle natural heavy rain, never mind what's happened in the past
Right.
month, never mind taking it from a newly constructed area and having more runoff.
I have a question about what you're talking about. Is it water that is running off of the site, or is it the retention basin that is overflowing? Because those are two different things.
Okay, I
And
can't speak to that.
the idea would be that in this case, the site would be regraded to direct the water on site into that basin where it would slowly go into the ground. If that is failing and that's overflowing, then that's an issue. But if it's just water that is sheeting off of the site now, a lot of that should be remediated under this new plan. So next time it inevitably
this
rains
is-
heavily,
It's
check it
constant.
out.
When it rains, we constantly have this flood that just comes down, even when
Yeah,
it's
it's a
not
matter of
heavy,
where it's
but-
coming from, though. That way, if there's an issue with the retention basin, it'd be good to point that out at this point so that they can remedy it.
Okay.
No, that's a good point. If it is the basin and it's failing at this point, or it's not adequate, it's not big enough to hold the water, that's one thing. But if it's another situation independent of the basin itself, then that's a different bucket of bolts, I guess you could say.
Or bucket of water, okay.
Yeah, well, I wanted to use that term, but I thought it was.
Okay, all right, so.
The engineer's report does say that the site wasn't graded properly initially, and that's what's causing a lot of these drainage issues. And so one of the benefits of this construction is that's finally going to be fixed and graded the way it was supposed to be so that the drainage functions the way that it was originally designed. It just wasn't built the way it was designed for whatever reason, and,
And I think getting out there and seeing it, like coming out to see it is important. I think just, it's one thing to have something on paper and have all these words that are, sound good and make sense in the scientific data. Come out to our houses and see what happens when it rains. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else has, sure.
Brett Hosney, 9 Corey Lane. I was up here in 2022 as well. I do have respect for the process. I know we're going to get a lot of more details at, preliminary plan should this pass. So my issue really is with just bringing to the front the fact that I'm not sure this master plan should even be considered today. I went back and just did some digging, and the ordinance change, the 23-26 that was set forth to kind of remediate the new state laws that are going into effect or are in effect now. That was adopted on 12/6, and this master plan application wasn't certified complete until 12/14. So, and that's all on this, the recommendation, it says they go into effect on 1/1/24, but I can't find that date anywhere on the ordinance or the approvals. So I'm pretty sure it's just, the self-storage facility itself is just out of code at this point.
I'll defer that to.
We did
Goes
look
from
at that. So the ordinance doesn't have an effective date of passage on it. So when that happens, you have to look at the charter. And the charter says when there's no effective date of passage, it's 20 days after the ordinance was passed. So it was December 26th, right, Glenn? So they submitted 10 days early.
So we're sneaking it through, okay. I do have another question as well. The stormwater, definitely an issue. If this whole plan, say it doesn't go through, do we still have to rectify in some way those stormwater issues because of the soil erosion, the stormwater going not where it's supposed to go? Would that have to happen still, or would that just, it's fine, everything's
No,
fine?
that's a good question. a very good question. I could defer to Mr. Duarte, I guess, he's here.
So that, it's an interesting question. It's probably the question of Industrial Road, where it's very little stormwater management on site and, or poorly handled stormwater on site. This one is probably no different. I think the approach that we will take on this, I'm not sure right now what we're going to do, however many years ago this was done versus now. Can we go that far back? There's some statute of limitations. These are for the legal experts to answer that question. So I don't know if we can go back now and force some remediation action at this point for what's existing and say the project doesn't go through. However, the question of the future, if the project does go through, there are some design elements that we will be looking for. One of which, and I can advise Ms. Ash on right now, is we would be looking for what the preconditions were prior to that original development. So if it was a wooded area and all these little nooks and crannies and storage areas that would have, or different kind of soil types that would absorb the water with different slopes, that has a certain flow characteristic, a lot different than what's there now. Now it's more of a gravelly surface, well-defined shape. So the characteristics are a lot different. So if they come to us with the design plans that shows the existing conditions are what's as built, okay, that was never handled properly. So, and because of the gravel and the way it's shaped, their surface condition as it translates into water flow will have a characteristic closer to an impervious surface. So the pre and post conditions that we always look for will be questionable. So that's why I'm thinking we probably need to look at the original stormwater plan and look at the preconditions of the development to see what that was, to make a comparison to the post conditions. And then that's where I think we're going to have to be as far as how they're going to create the storage media for the project. The other thing, I don't know if we're ever going to just store the water on site, you know, up to the 100-year storm. It's quite possible that that's going to be the case, but maybe there's a control structure. I don't recall. I think we went out there once. There may have been a control structure that does allow a flow rate to come out comparable to preconditions, right? So we would be looking for that. But to say that 100% of the water comes in and stays on site and none of it goes off site, I don't know if that's part of the proposal. I don't know if that's a requirement we can make it if it wasn't designed that way. But I would look at this design of the detention pond almost starting over, considering that you're adding water to it. Even though it was approved, even though it was all designed, it never went there. So we're going to kind of sit back and take a look at how this is being approached. Is it new altogether? But Ms. Ash already indicated that she will take all of that and try to make it work for the present day regulations. So we're satisfied that they're on a good starting point with the design, and then it's a matter of what we're going to look at afterwards.
I think I did see on the drawing, there is a storm drain on this lot, so some of the water must be going into the bigger system at some point.
It goes out towards 295, the overflow of the catch basin.
Do we know when Industrial Drive, when that infrastructure was put in? Years ago, right? I guess the point, my question really is, are we going to have to get Inspector Clouseau to find this stuff if it's 30 years old, if in fact we're going to be able to provide some plans so that they can be looked at in conjunction with the current application to see what's possible to ameliorate what's already there? Am I making any sense?
So my apologies.
Well, no, it was actually okay. It's really a question for the planner that this has been, Industrial Drive's been there for a long time, and the idea of being able to come up with the plans that were originally approved as far as the drainage aspect, so that this gentleman could look at those and see what, if anything, can be done to try, as with this project being developed, what could be ameliorated from the problem that we have now.
It's possible we do have a lot of old plans that I'm actually right now organizing, so it's possible we can find something.
Well, I can tell you this much, Industrial Drive precedes my tenure on the board. And that goes back back to Mayor Gaston, so it's way before my time. But I think the question is if for some reason or other that this proposed building is not constructed and it remains as it is, we still have a drainage issue. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the question as to what happens if this doesn't get built and necessary improvements aren't done, which is a very good question, and I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. Anything else?
No, it's just my main concern was we're trying to sneak this in, and there were so many changes and so many things that were removed from I-1, and there's a lot of different options there that are better than self-storage. So
Yeah, well,
now
I
that
can
it's
tell you-
off,
I can tell you it's been a very hectic time in
Yeah.
the past few months. The things that this board has been pretty much forced to do because of the fact of the state's enabling legislation.
Right.
So there's a lot of things that are up in the air and so on. Mr.
What's been used as self-storage in the surrounding table 5
there were quite a few things that were, 9 to 5 hours and not 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So it's the hours, it's not the use itself.
Well, that kind of goes into it when people use the building.
Well, did you read the staff report?
Staff report?
Yeah, the staff report that was
You're-
online about when the peak hours and when people were going to utilize it, like a Saturday morning for self-storage.
No, I didn't read that. I just looked at the hours when it's open. All right, well, thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? Sir?
Brian Ascoli, 36 Genoway. So I guess I'll start. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the zoning changes that did go through, or were amended in December, or I'm sorry, adopted in December. Why was self-storage removed as an acceptable use?
Oh, yeah. I mean, quite frankly, the administration doesn't like self-storage buildings. They don't bring any employment. They don't really bring economic activity. So, our mayor is just not fond of them. So we requested that we remove it.
That's understandable. I think that's a pretty popular opinion. I know that like several self-storage, we talked about this a little, I think, when we were here in 2022, but I know like North Providence has rejected new self-storage projects, and more recently, Providence has done a total ban on any new self-storage. Pawtucket is moving forward with bans on self-storage, and Cumberland adopted a complete ban on self-storage as of December 6th. So I'm a little confused about that, the 20-day thing. I haven't seen that part of the charter, so I'll definitely need to look into that portion more. But the only date that I saw on any of that was that it was adopted on December 6th, and then a week later, this plan is approved. And based on like what we had heard last time, we heard that they were going to work with the neighborhood to come up with a plan that addressed a lot of these concerns that we're still talking about. And I know that this is the first step of the plan, but it does feel that we're trying to just push this through before the ban is noticed, because from everything I saw, I thought it was adopted already. So that's very confusing to me, and it seems like Mr. Monica said, it's an unpopular use, not just here in Cumberland, but in Rhode Island for a lot of the reasons that he mentioned. And I'll give you a couple other concerns that I have with the self-storage project specifically. So our lot is directly to the north, abutting on the north. And so I'll definitely echo the concerns about the drainage. I think the basin issue with that overflowing is more on this, the south and the east side. We get a lot of the runoff from on the north side that does not make it to the basin currently. And I understand like that, you know, that's going to be a consideration to be improved. But I'll just show you an example of my backyard, and you can see this can talk to the buffer, the visual buffer as well. So the storage facility would end up being about right here. So you can see here in the winter, there's really no coverage at all here. So we definitely would need some serious, like we talked about with Okanite, and I know that was a great example of what they did. We want to see something like that. But you can see so a lot of water runs down to the north here and just collects right here. I took this today actually after about all the snow in the neighborhood was melted, but show that this way. You can see that we have a large area of just standing water here that turns into a river down this way towards the Hosny's lot as well. And it's just like frozen solid because it's just standing water there. This water is not just an issue here, but it's been in our basement. It's been in several of our neighbors' basements. I think 3 of us have had FEMA out this week to look at water coming into the basement from the recent storms that we've talked about. So definitely a major concern. So I want to highlight that. A second, the drainage concerns. And another thing specifically, I didn't want to go back to the self-storage issue. One concern we've had from the beginning with self-storage is safety. The industrial road, we know that my daughter goes to gymnastics over there, and we've gotten emails from them about break-ins there and break-ins into cars. And so obviously concerned with building more storage of things in basically just past our backyard. It could be more crime, and so that's something that we don't feel like we're gaining, like we said, economic development, jobs, anything that is beneficial to the community. We don't really have enough to offset that, and as Mr. Hosny said, we've seen that there are other. When we took a look at the new acceptable use tables as well that have been adopted, and we see a lot of things that we would consider, more of a better fit for the community. So I think as our community, our neighborhood, and specifically I'll just say from my opinion is that, we should go the way of what we've adopted and what other neighboring towns have adopted, and stop building self-storage, which really doesn't add much to the neighborhood. So I guess just a couple more points. When we were here last time, we did talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan, and it does mention sort of what I was just saying, that that lot there would be a good fit for something like a medical office or research office, something that would create more employment opportunities, economic impact, and I believe the comprehensive plan says specifically it's more suited for something like that at this point than something that does not, like the existing self-storage facilities there, existing trucking, things like that. So when the recommendation is made that it seems to be in accordance with the comprehensive plan, I don't really agree with that. So I just wanted to state that, and I guess ask, why recommend this plan if, like you said, it's unpopular, it's an unpopular use with our community, other communities, the mayor himself. Why recommend the plan?
Well, they did come in while the use was still allowed, so we can't deny them because our zoning changed after the fact. We can't pick and choose what type of uses we want in particular locations. Maybe a medical use would be better at this location, but that's not our decision. And in terms of the comprehensive plan, I think from what I remember, it's an industrial zone. It always has been and I believe it was started maybe late 50s or the 60s when it got going over there. So because self-storage is allowed under, last year's ordinance, and it's an industrial use, it belongs in an industrial zone. And that's why I said it met the comp plan.
I see. I guess I'll just say it doesn't feel like anyone's really looking out for the best interest of the neighborhood. And just to, like I said, try to push this through before really, the only changes we've seen is the height restriction was brought down, which is, a good first step, but there's a lot of other concerns. And I think that, it would be nice to feel like the residential area is being considered more than just trying to push through a commercial project that we don't see, and I think the mayor doesn't see the benefits of. So I think that's everything. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Partington?
Mr. McDonald pointed out the age of the industrial road, how long it's been there. It's been there since I can remember. I think when I was on Broadview Acres, I remember when they started clearing the land there. I think I was probably the 5th or 6th grade. So it's been there for an awful long time. So with the exception of some of the neighborhoods I guess, would be to the north or to the north on that, where they are even predating the industrial road. These residents are all relatively new. They move next to an industrial park with a steep slope. So, and I don't for a moment think that should in any way affect their quality of life or in any way suggest that abutting landowners don't have the obligation to make sure that whatever activities they engage in on their own property don't affect their neighbors. But to suggest to me that basically that, I heard a lot of stuff about the comprehensive plan. I read the comprehensive plan, and it doesn't say anything about medical offices there. And if you read Mr. Monica's staff report, it points specifically, and the one that really stands out to me is the goal in the comprehensive plan and the recognition about what could go there. What could go there next to a residential. And I will go through the use table again, okay? You've got auto body repair, ground-mounted and roof-mounted major-scale solar energy, roof-mounted medium-scale solar energy system, textile mill products and apparel, fabricated metal products. By special use permit, which as you know is relatively easy to get, you've got open lot storage, communication towers, major scale roof and ground mounted solar energy systems, primary metal industries, blast furnaces, steel works. You could have a tower there of 75 feet high. And it's not just the height that we brought down. We brought down the number of units considerably. And I don't know of anything, we've never heard anything from Storage Rentals, and I've asked them about any complaints that we've got with respect to security that's going on there. So I think at some point, this is a matter of right. We've gone out of our way to try to accommodate everything, including the drainage. You know, and I know, and the neighbors know, that in order for you guys to pass that preliminary, the drainage issues have to be rectified. And you've heard Mr. Duarte already a couple of times, and you're going to hear him in the next thing as well. So he's on top of all this. So at some point, about what North Providence has done or what Jeff Mutter wants to see done or anything else, we're here as a matter of right. We've accommodated this. We're not trying to jam anything in at the last minute. We worked for the last year and a half on this. I've been in constant contact with these people, and they've worked to make this thing go. So, and I appreciate the remarks of this lady here with the blonde hair because they were reasonable. And she said, come out and look at it and work with us. Those are reasonable requests.
Is there anyone else?
Ryan Headley, 39 Genaway. I think it's also reasonable to ask if something was passed and adopted on December 6th, and it wasn't going to go to an effect until 20 days later, why this was certified just a few days after that, just right. That's our question about sliding something in under the bell, by the way. I think we deserve better in terms of representation. If the state passed something, the mayor obviously feels a certain way. The town council had just adopted something, and yet here we are a week there sliding it in before it's actually adopted, and there wasn't a date on there, but it's like it's something about a charter or whatever. I think we deserve to ask those questions. I also know that prior to this new ordinance or whatever going into effect, there was a 30-day notice requirement. We were notified 14 days ahead of time. So a little bit of cherry picking here too in terms of how we're thinking about stuff. So understand the concerns, and I definitely appreciate it not being a 3-story building. I appreciate that too. Right, and I also can appreciate wanting to operate a business on ground that was purchased. However, the laws and the rules matter. And it feels like here, we're just a little bit squishy with all this, with 1 week here, 1 week there at the end of December. Whenever FEMA was at my house today, my basement's flooded. I mean, this is important to us. It's where we live. And this kind of stuff, I don't know, who certified this, that made it grandfathered? Why? Why was the timing? To me, I think we deserve answers.
Okay, sure. So they reached out to us, I forget when, it might have been September or October, I don't know when. And they talked about, revising the plan. And so what they have to do, I'll just get to the process. What they have to do is submit an application, a master plan application. And the state gives me 25 days by statute to review it. So they submitted an application on November 30th, and I certified it complete on December 14th. So that's 15 days. I'd already seen this project before. Nothing had changed except the height. So it was very easy to review. There was no site changes. It was still just at the master plan phase. So there wasn't anything. They had a complete application. So that's what made it a quick.
In the preliminary application has to have the runoff issues addressed and rectified.
At the next phase, right.
And we feel comfortable about that here? And furthermore, waiting 10 more days. So when you approved this, you knew that there was a new ordinance going into effect that was going to basically render this moot, knowing that the neighbors, the residents that you represent, didn't want this to happen. These are fair questions.
No, and I'm going to answer it. We are town staff. Glenn is a town staff member that has to follow the laws of Cumberland. You are a property owner, so is the applicant. The planning board doesn't represent the neighbors. They're a quasi-judicial board. There are standards to be applied, and they have to apply those standards to each and every application. Glenn, as the town planner, I can tell you what happened with the ordinance. There was no date put on it. Typically, there would be a date put on it. For some reason, there wasn't. I can tell you that if there was a date put on this, it would have been January 1st. Because all the state law goes into effect on January 1st. So if I had put a date on it, I can promise you that it would have been January 1st, because I'm working on other communities on other ordinances, and they all say the effective date is January 1st, because that's when all the state law goes into effect. So, for example, if someone had a dimensional variance where they were being heard in December, even though that was done on, within December, and that ordinance may have passed, we couldn't apply those standards because the state law hadn't taken effect yet. So I just want to be clear in terms of process that Glenn called me after the fact and said, does this, did I do the right thing? Because the ordinance was passed on December 6th. What does that mean? I looked at the ordinance. There's no date on the ordinance. So I looked at the charter, and the charter reads as follows. Section 409, council procedure. Section F, every ordinance, unless it shall specify another date, shall become effective at the expiration of 20 days after publication following passage. Nobody intentionally certified this application 10 days early. The 25 days is given to planners so that if they go on vacation or if they're really busy, they have enough time to review the multiple applications that are coming in. So planners don't wait until the last day to certify complete. They do it in the ordinary course of business. And from Glenn's perspective, he had no idea, like the effective date of passage. I told him that. So there was no nefarious intent. It was Glenn acting as he does every day, reviewing applications and providing a certificate of completeness when he was done looking at it. And that's what happened.
To be clear, I did not in any way, shape, or form accuse anyone of nefarious intent. What I am saying is, though, I also don't believe for 1 minute, I don't believe in coincidences and things like that. I think that what we're seeing here is that's the feeling that the neighbors have, is that this was slid in under the radar very, very quickly, very, very, and once again, it wasn't addressed that we got 14 days notice instead of 30, even though that's the old ordinance. Like I have questions about how, and by the way, like, we are voters and we do live here, and they might be a quasi-judicial branch and all that stuff, but there's a reason why it exists, and it's to exist the people that live here. And it's in the people that vote here and all of those things. And I think it's important just to note, and I want to call that out, that, how would you feel if this, because of 1 week and some timing, because a date wasn't put on, and sure, maybe it would have been January 1st, and I have no reason to disbelieve you there. But this, pretty disappointing, I would say.
Mr. Scott?
Just to follow up on that, I appreciate exactly what you're saying. We're all homeowners here in town as well. And, I've had water in my basement, and I can understand it's even worse in your situation than maybe what I had. The issue here, though, is we have to go by the regs, and that's what we're told, and that's what we do. We represent everybody, not just ourselves or, corporations. I'm just concerned if this project doesn't go through. I think you're in a worse position, in one sense, than you are if it does go through. Because once this building is built, they're going to correct the grades and the detention pond. If it doesn't go through, then that's not going to happen for a long time, because we don't know what time frame that can be done. So your situation may end up worse than it is now. I'm just trying to look at both sides of this. To me, I think the project will help you. I don't think it'll hurt you. And I think that if you left the thing the way it is now, I think it'll be worse for you. It won't get corrected. The town's not going to correct that industrial road overnight. That's not going to happen. So that's just my opinion. But I appreciate what you're saying, though.
Anyone else? Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Vidaria Scully, 36 Genoa Way. My husband spoke earlier. I just wanted to talk about the plan that we've been given, that was, provided. And I can appreciate the applicant saying that they've gone above and beyond to try to accommodate us. But the one ask from the last meeting in 2022 was that they come and speak to us. They come to our site, they come to our lots, and look at the problems that we're having. My husband showed a picture of our backyard. No one came and spoke to us about that. So this new plan was established without speaking to us. And so I understand we are talking about the fix and we're trying to move on, and maybe this new building will eventually help us get there. But how are we, the residents that are impacted, supposed to trust the applicant to do right by us when they didn't do right by us when they were asked to by this board back in 2022? They didn't come to us. They have not spoken to us about what our properties, what are suffering, what is happening in our land, our properties, and the runoff that Cheryl showed earlier. These are things that we are living every day, and they're coming up with plans without regard to those things. I don't think it's fair to submit a plan without having had those discussions, done the due diligence to come to us, speak to us about what we're seeing, what problems we're having, and addressing those concerns and making sure the new plan incorporates a resolution to that. I don't feel confident that the plan is incorporating any of that. I know there's a civil engineer involved, and there were a lot of fancy words being thrown out that goes way over my head. I have no idea what that was about. But what I do know is my kids can't go in our backyard to play in the playground. You saw the picture. It is a huge problem in our backyard. They can't even go back there. I have no confidence that this new plan will address any of those things. I think it will exacerbate the problems, and there's nothing in those plans that give me any confidence that this will be fixed. That's really all I had.
Good, thank you. For purposes of clarity, this is a master plan. We don't have public hearings, and as a courtesy, what we do, because this board needs to gather the facts, okay? We open it up to the floor. You are here, okay? You're telling us what the problems are. Their engineer is here, their attorney is here. They're hearing it from you right now, what the issues are, okay? So don't think you're being disregarded, because that's what our job is to make sure that we hear from you, okay? And gather that information so we can make an informed decision, okay? But just remember, we're at the master plan stage again at this point. So I thank everybody who's here. I'm glad you're here. I'd rather you be here than not be here. There are some people who are afraid to come to our meetings. I don't know why. They're afraid of us for some reason. We're taxpayers. I own 2 residences in town, okay? My wife's lived here since she was born. So many years ago, okay? So when they start talking about the horse trails and everything, I wasn't around, but I knew about them because of my wife's family being here for hundreds of years, literally. So it's important to us that you give us this information. Now we have it, and so does the engineer, and so does Mr. Partington, and we thank you for that. Does the board have any other comments? Oh,
Yeah, we have one person.
you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you there? There you are. Just unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I was not able to attend in person this evening. I have spoken in the past. My name is Amy Archer. I am a resident at 32 Genoway. I appreciate the board's time and all of my neighbors who were able to be there in person. I want to echo one of the things Greg said, that I am also concerned that if this application doesn't hold water, a 6-story building could still go on this lot. That concerns me greatly. So I appreciate that the applicant has made the adjustment to adhere to the 1-story that is the zoning that they were permitted. A couple of things that I wanted to just comment on that I would like them to take into consideration as they move forward with their plan, if this does get approved this evening, related to the buffer and the hours. I know on the north side of the building, so the Ascolis are there and they have shown pictures of the screening that we currently have, the tree stands that are between our houses and the existing parking lot and building. They provide a decent amount of buffer in the summertime. They scarcely provide anything in the winter. So in the winter, we can see the vehicles in that lot. The plan as they have it right now shows the footprint of the building coming closer to our homes than the existing parking lot. It would impact some of the trees that are in that existing tree stand. If it's possible, it would be highly preferred that they maintain any existing buffer that's there and supplement with evergreen trees, so that way we would have cover and buffer during both the summer months and the winter months. The other thing I wanted to say relative to the buffer is in the winter, we probably will still see it. So I know there was discussion that they may be putting up a fence. I do hope that happens, also relative to safety, as Brian had brought up. Since it's going to abut our residential properties, if it's possible for them to make the fence the type of facade that would be common of a residential facility, and not just a chain link fence or something like that, the type and aesthetic of the fence would be appreciated as well. And then just the last point I wanted to speak on, I think Brett brought this up, was the hours and the fact that while other uses that are permitted in the I-1 zone could be taller, they would typically not have night and weekend hours. I know obviously that isn't possible for self-storage, but if they could be mindful of the quiet hours that exist in the town ordinances for residents, we are typically allowed quieter time from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And I think that is something that should be considered for this use that's going to abut our neighborhood. So those were the three things, not impacting any existing trees and supplementing the buffer, the aesthetic of the facade of either the building or the fence, whichever are going to be visible to our residential neighborhood, and the hours, taking into consideration the quiet hours of a residential area. That's it. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Glenn, is there anyone else? Okay. Mr. Butler?
Just a quick comment that obviously I understand the neighbors' concerns. Butting up an industrial area and a residential area together is, in retrospect, doesn't seem like the best idea. You know, I reflect back on, I think, the presentation that Mr. Modica did initially, which is that when this industrial park was envisioned, that entire area was zoned industrial. So from Diamond Hill Road all the way back, where the residents are was industrial. This board, before my time, rezoned the area residential. The plans that this board approved had a very robust buffer between the industrial and the residential. The developer took down that buffer against the plan. You know, and so now we clean up the mess. Drainage wasn't addressed. So I understand the challenges. You know, it's always going to be tough having an industrial park where these uses in any other instance would make perfect sense when it butts up right against a residential area. It's really tough. But I do agree with the last speaker that there could be worse uses. And, you know, I am not a fan of self-storage, especially when it could be housing, but this is not the case here. This is not a place where we would put housing, that housing would be allowed. So if there has to be self-storage, it makes sense that it would be in an industrial park. And I'm hopeful that through the preliminary process, that the engineers will come up with solutions to the drainage, and that the applicant will follow through in beefing up the buffer. But, as Mr. Modica said, at the end of the day, we're just finders of fact. We can only deal in fact. It's not about emotion. We are finders of fact. And if we make a decision that goes against those facts, Mr. Partington is a wonderful lawyer. He will go to Superior Court, and that finder of fact will make a decision based on the facts. And the facts are that the application was submitted under rules that were in place at that time. It is a by right use. It is something that is permitted in this zone, and it is much better than what we saw a year ago. Unless anyone else has anything else, I'll make a motion.
Does anyone else have any other comments? Mr. McDonald?
I'm no longer young. I've been on the board now for quite a few years. And we have a few meetings every year where we have tough things that we have to do. I'll vote for this because they have the right to develop the property, but I don't like voting for it. I've had a flooded basement. I don't know how many people in town have never had a flooded basement. What I had said earlier about the drainage and the buffering so that you can't see the building, that was code. Mr. Partington and I have been around the block a few times, and it's code that if it's not to my satisfaction, he won't get the vote. I feel badly for you. You're good people. But our hands are tied, so to speak. If we were to not allow this development to go forward, the town would get sued and it would lose.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Anyone else?
I feel about this there that industrial park, okay, is industrial park, and the people that invest money in buying the land there and they want to build, they have the rights to do. Naturally, what I can hear this evening over here from these people, apparently they were not complaining, except this last lady, about, the noise that it's going to produce and everything else, and all that. No, they're talking about the problems that they have with the water and they house and they cellar and everything else, okay? Now, the whole thing in a nutshell, they're having a water and now there's nothing there. So like Mr. Scown said, okay, this situation might improve the situation. And then, now, I'm sorry to say, but I mean, you people expect, these people to solve your problem. Apparently, when you buy a house next to an industrial park and you have these problems, well, then, you have to solve your own problems, And so the thing is like I say, have nothing to do with the building that's going up, okay? Your problem is the problem that a lot of people in Cumberland have, So blame somebody else, because they want to do something on their land. I don't think it's fair.
Mr. Butler?
Mr. Chairman, in regards to 90 Industrial Road, Assessors Plot 23, Lot 184, I'll make a motion that based on the findings of fact in Mr. Modica's memo dated January 18th, 2024, that the proposed master plan application is consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan and therefore should be approved with the following conditions. Number one, that the applicant shall submit a revised landscape plan to the planning department that will effectively screen the building from the adjacent residential zone to the north and east. That screening can include evergreen trees, solid fencing, or both. And number two, the applicant shall submit a lighting plan to the planning department that will be reviewed by the planning board at preliminary plan and shows all lighting on the property directed away from the residential properties.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Rashid. Any discussion?
Just a quick question.
Mr. Costa?
One of the things that came up this evening was the fact that the developer never met with any of the neighbors. Is that possible?
Yeah, that representation was actually, I believe, made by me on more than one occasion, and that was the representation made to me by the applicant. There was a period of time. There was a lot of design discussion that went back and forth, and every time I appeared for a continuance, I believe I did say on several occasions, the last few occasions, that it was our intent to reduce the structure to one story. Okay. Now, as far as the drainage issues were concerned, I mean, we were all well aware of that in the first project. So, I mean, it's not as though this is something that we're just hearing about now. This was presented to us way back when this project first came about. I am always an advocate for having these meetings. When you have people, it depends on what. I don't make the rules when it comes to what my client wants to do. I know that they've been very concerned, and that's why we're back here, rather than just sell the property, because believe me, that was considered also to market the property and just drop the whole project. But much to my surprise, actually, at the end of the day, they said, no, let's give them the one story. Let's do everything. I said, well, the buffer's going to be a problem. Nope. We're going to do the 75-foot buffer. Nope. We're going to take care of the drainage. That's what I got. Now, you can believe that or take it for whatever it's worth, but that's what I got back. If there is a meeting that you think would help before the preliminary plan would take place, I encourage that. I've done with most of the projects I've done, with the exception of Okanite. I encourage in commercial projects for neighbors to meet, to have an event to meet. Because even if they tell you they hate you, you know they're coming. So you can't lose.
Well, I'm in agreement with Mr. Scown. I really feel that putting something there and fixing the drainage, could it be an advantage to those neighbors, you know? And I know you just mentioned to us what the issues are. So, I mean...
No, listen, it's tough. You know, we go through this a lot. You know, you guys go through it every month, and you know, I mean, I've lived here all my life too. So, I mean, and I've had water in my basements, and the last one real bad. It cost me a sale, just about, of my last house. So, I get it, you know, and you know, we don't want anyone. The last thing that I want a client to have to do is to get an action brought against them for redirecting surface water. I mean, they don't need that aggravation either. And I do believe it's where these people live. I got nothing wrong with that. I never, for all arguments I've had with the butters about, through the years, you have to understand it's where they live. I can't argue with that with a straight face. So, but by the same token, you know, we come in here and we try to do the right thing. And there are numbers. It's going to come up in the next discussion as well, that there are numbers. There are formulas that we go by, and that's all really we can go by. And we just hope that this empirical data that we put out, that follow, you know, the guidelines, in the end serve the purpose. You know how bad DEM's gotten with runoff in the last couple of years. I mean, they've increased all their measures considerably. So runoff has become a real problem. And I don't think, in all honesty, that the weather is going to change much. I think we're going to see rain from now on. I think we're in a different world. So we're going to have to, you know, learn to deal with it. So, but I'm always amenable. I would much rather go into a situation and agree to disagree, if that's what it comes to, but having a discussion about it first. I mean, I don't have any problem with that, no.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, and the chair also votes yes. Motion carries. Next item is public hearing, comprehensive permit, preliminary plan applicant McNulty Realty LLC, location 221 Mendon Road, Assessors Plat 18, Lot 729. The applicant recorded final plan in 2020 to construct a multi-use building with 23 residential units and ground floor commercial. The applicant currently proposes to remove the commercial component and add 9 units, 8 of which will be affordable for a total of 32 units. The applicant also requests waivers from the land development and subdivision regulations and the zoning ordinance for maximum lot coverage, residential density, and ground floor commercial. Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project goes back to at least 2007, when the planning board at that time approved the master plan. It stalled during the economic recession that soon followed, and then came back and received preliminary plan approval in 2018 and final plan in 2020. Since then, there's been some clearing and blasting to remove part of the ledge, but construction has stopped. So tonight, the applicant is asking the planning board to consider a new application. That original project proposed 2 3-story buildings with 23 rental apartments, 11 in one, 12 in another, and on the ground floor it was going to be commercial. This new project proposes to remove the commercial from the ground floor and add 9 apartments for a total of 32 rental apartments, 16 in each building. 8 of these units will be deed restricted as affordable, so 8 of the 32 units that are proposed, or 25%, will be affordable, and that qualifies as a comprehensive permit. And all the 8 affordable units are going to be mixed in throughout the building with the market rate units. In terms of what's changed, in terms of the site plan design, there's really a couple minor physical changes. The first floor facade of the building is going to change because there's no longer going to be commercial storefronts, and there were garages at the ends of the buildings, the north side of the north building and the south end of the south building. Those garages are being taken out to build the apartments, but some paved areas that was already there are just going to be striped to compensate for the loss of those parking spaces. So in terms of what the planning board is reviewing tonight, this is a new application, so the board is voting on this project in its entirety. But just keep in mind, the applicant, he already has an approved project for 23 units and commercial space. So were the board to vote to deny this application, the applicant can still move forward with the original project. So what you're really looking at here in terms of your review is taking out the ground floor commercial, adding the 9 apartments, as well as the addition of affordable housing, which allows the applicant to ask for a density bonus. So that leads to the waivers, and one of those waivers has to do with residential density. 23 units are allowed on this size property, 32 are being proposed. So the addition, so that is the waiver for and because of the comprehensive permit, the applicant can ask for that additional density to create the affordable units. The addition of the apartments also leads to the waiver for ground floor commercial, which is going to be removed, which is otherwise required in the C1 zone. And the last waiver is for lot coverage, where this proposal is just slightly over by about 580 square feet. So let's talk about parking for a sec. So as you know, the state passed legislation regarding land use. We just talked about it, January 1st. One piece of that legislation is related to parking requirements, specifically for comprehensive permits, just like this. And what the state is now requiring for every municipality in Rhode Island is that planning boards cannot require more than 1 parking space per unit for units that are 2 bedrooms or less. So it's the first time we're working under these rules, the specific rule, and we might be seeing more of it. So comprehensive permits, only 1 parking space per unit. So here, all the units are 2 bedrooms or less. There are 32 units. So technically, only 32 parking spaces are required under this new state law. The applicant has 49 spaces because they carried over from their original plan and what was required at that time. So they have a lot more than what is required, which calculates out to about 1.5 spaces per unit. Now, as you know, our zoning requires 2 spaces per unit. Normally, it would be 64 for a project like this, but we are not allowed to ask for anything more than 1. And that's what they've given us. The state's given us. That's what you're going to do. The traffic memo, which we sent this around this afternoon, didn't put it in your packet. It compares the commercial use versus what 9 additional units would generate in terms of trips. Overall, it shows that there are less vehicular trips from adding the residential units against what a commercial use would generate. And lastly, one item that still needs to be addressed, needs to be resolved for the project is related to sewer. The applicant is proposing a 6-inch sewer line, and the Public Works Department would like to see an 8-inch sewer line. Again, the applicant's engineer is here. Mr. Duart is here, who can speak more to that. But overall, we're recommending approval of this application with the condition that the final plan be approved by the administrative officer, not be approved by the administrative officer until Public Works and the applicant agree on the appropriate sewer size.
Board have any questions for Mr. Modica and Mr. D'Ambrosio?
Yep. Was a specific reason given for the change from commercial to residential?
I am not, I believe, I probably would let the applicant speak to that. I'm assuming because commercial in this day is harder to insert, it's harder to attract.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay.
I'm gonna make a comment. I know Mr. McNulty's here, but I have to say this in regard to my neighbors and neighbors on the street to that particular property. They're not very happy with what's going on there over the last 2.5 years. It's obviously an eyesore right now. I understand changing it to commercial and having affordable units. I have no problem with that. I do have a problem with the time frame that it's taking to get this project moving. I have that with a lot of projects, but I do have to say that the blasting caused some issues in the complex where I lived. It's obviously caused some issues with other people in other areas. And I'm just concerned about the rear wall. You're supposed to be having a grass reinforced wall back there. I need to see this. It needs to be done fairly soon, I would think. You're seeing some water runoff from the top. I feel bad for the abutters at the top, and I'm surprised people maybe are here or not here. But I'm just trying to convey what the neighborhood is thinking. I know Tom is a good builder. I don't have any problem with his projects. I live in one of his complexes. But it's just the way this project is going. The neighborhood is not very happy with it. And I just had to present that sentiment for my neighbors.
Anyone else have questions? Okay. Mr. Partington, is this yours?
Why not?
It's easier than horses.
Well, well, I started out with that, by the way. That I don't go there. Yes, and once again, I will say, again, the staff report, as usual, is incredibly detailed. And I noted that Mr. Modica had made the suggestion that this be looked at in the context of, through the prism of the fact that really the only change is going to be the addition of these residential units, which, as is required in the comp permit statutes, they're integrated, they're proportionate. And the only thing really changing structurally, I think there's one other change though, I think, Mike, and I know that the parking garage is being taken out. With respect to the to the nature of or the timing on it, Mr. Scown. And, you know, I've come from, you know, from being before this board. You don't usually make comments unless there's a reason for making them. So I can appreciate the concerns that you raise and on behalf of the people that you've spoken with. And as you say, and based on my experience in town as well, Mr. McNulty is a good builder, and I'm sure, I know from speaking to him, he's very anxious to move forward post haste with this project. And we already have due to the changes in the law, we already have a whole step that's been taken out, whereas we moved directly to preliminary here in light of, you know, light of the changes. I do have someone from Commonwealth here to address, and there is going to be, and Glenn has already addressed to you the waivers. Obviously, that's the comp permit avenue. We've taken advantage of that. 25% of our 32 proposed units are going to be affordable. Set forth again in the staff report the percentage of the AMI and the deed restrictions and the timing of the deed restrictions, which we've agreed to. So the waivers, again, as already been said, we've got the commercial, you know, C1, we need to have a waiver from the requirement that well, there can't be no totally residential buildings in a C1. So that's going to change. We have a slight variance on the lot coverage, which is almost, you know, is almost inconsequential. And we have the density, obviously. And Mr. Modica has done a fine job of pointing out some like projects. He's made some great analogies to show how this really is not quite as intensive as far as density is concerned as some of the other projects. So with that in mind, and there is going to be a discussion, and I promise it'll be a civil one, about the sewer, and I have, I don't know how, I guess the best way I should handle this, and obviously it's up to the chair. I would like to bring up the engineer to address maybe a little bit of the site work, and then get into our position is on with the sewer connections, which are 2 6-inch mains into the 10-inch on Minden Road. The town has some issues with that. I'm sure Mr. Duarte will make his position known on that. So if I can, with your permission, I'd like to bring up the engineer.
Please
Okay?
do.
Thank you. Please do.
I'm not sure if Mr. Partington is aware that he promised a civil discussion.
Ha, 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 got it.
That's a bad dad pun. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael Zavalia. I'm a registered professional civil engineer, Commonwealth Engineers and Consultants. We are the design firm that has worked for Mr. McNulty on this project. We brought it through final approval back in 2020, and we're here now to talk about the proposed changes in use. Again, I have to thank Mr. Monica and Partington for largely doing my job for me, but I do have something to talk about nonetheless. Changes to the proposed site plan involved 2 spots. There were grassed peninsulas in the parking lots that were removed, and that resulted in a slight increase in the impervious area on the lot. The reason for those removals was in reconfiguring the parking because of the elimination of the under-building garages. It was also the opportunity to try to make the parking lots more manageable from a maintenance standpoint. One of the peninsulas was in the northern parking lot, the other one was in the southern. So that accounts for the change in the impervious area on the site. The other change that has been proposed by the Department of Public Works, we were notified on Friday via email that the Department of Public Works was going to require that we install a single 8-inch sanitary sewer service for the development, as opposed to the currently proposed 2 6-inch pipes, one for each building. Those 2 6-inch pipes are going to tie into laterals that were left back when the sewer main in Minden Road was installed, which was practice at the time, as you went by the properties, you installed the laterals for each adjacent lot to the property line. This parcel has a number of those laterals, so our intention was to capitalize on that, minimize the disruption to cutting into Mendon Road, since the sewer was already at our property line. So that is the original basis for the sanitary sewer to the site. The two aspects of the requirement from Public Works are upsizing the pipe from 6 to 8 inch, which is not the issue. We would certainly be willing to put an 8-inch pipe. The second aspect is the requirement, instead of using one of those 6-inch sewer laterals that's there, we would be required to enter Mendon Road and install a new manhole on the existing 10-inch sewer main. And that obviously is a significantly more involved undertaking and more disruptive undertaking, considering the nature of Mendon Road itself, the location of the sewer main just about dead center, the adjacent utilities, gas on one side, water on the other, and the relative depth of the sewer main. As part of our due diligence, when we were notified that we were going to be asked to upsize the pipe, we revisited the flow calculations from the original development. We took out the commercial uses, we put in an additional 9 units, residential units, and we determined that there will be a slight increase in the peak sanitary flow rates, leaving the development. 6 gallons per minute original, 7 gallons per minute under the new use perspective. We then analyzed the capacity of the 6-inch pipes that we're proposing to put in. Our analysis determined that the 6-inch pipes have more than enough capacity to handle those flow rates. 7 gallons per minute is easily within that, easily able to handle all that flow. Those findings were then submitted to Mr. Duarte as a matter of transparency and coordination. They have not, to my knowledge, been refuted or disputed, so the discussion then shifted to, it's not that the 6-inch sewer pipes can't handle the flow that we're going to have. It is more of a policy matter that the town hasn't acted on projects to require 8-inch pipes as opposed to 6-inch for multi-unit developments. As I mentioned, the size of the pipe is really not the issue. 6-inch or 8-inch pipe is only nominally different from a standpoint of installation and cost. The issue is the disruptive and challenging installation of a new manhole on the main in Mendon Road. And that's the reason why we've come, and we're basically requesting, obviously, approval of the change in use as it's currently presented, with 2 separate 6-inch pipes, one for each building, tying into existing sewer laterals. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions now, and obviously I think Mr. Duarte's going to want to speak in response to what I've presented. So if you want to ask me questions now.
What are the 2 cutouts that have been done on Mendon Road right now?
Where are they?
No, I know where they are. What are they for?
Well, they would have been for the development of lots that existed prior to the consolidation of the parcel into this one piece. There were individual lots.
No, these has been done.
Talking about cutouts that were just done in the last couple of weeks. What is it?
Water, okay. So you're talking that the sewer pipe, there'd be 2 more cutouts and then tie it in, or just 1?
Not with the current approved plan. There wouldn't be cutouts into Mendon Road because the sewer pipes are already off the road at the property line.
They're at the property, okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Partington?
If I may, in anticipation, we've already discussed, we had a discussion today with Mr. Ental and Mr. Carr, and Mr. Duarte gave us some time today, and we had a discussion about this. And one of the things I know that we just mentioned about how it became a policy issue. Paul, as a corollary to that, I believe we were told it was a maintenance issue, was part of the policy. And I wonder if Mr. Bailey, if you could speak to that, to this maintenance concern that was presented to us as part of this policy concern.
Certainly. In the discussion, and again, Joe is sitting here, and he and I are professional colleagues, so certainly I don't want to speak out of turn for what his position is. I will try to represent it as I understand it. The 6-inch pipe has sufficient hydraulic capacity. However, the reality of long-term maintenance and operation of sanitary sewers can introduce materials to the system that can cause issues. An 8-inch pipe is larger, obviously, and therefore potentially less subject to some of the blockages that could develop. It's logical, it makes common sense, and that's why it's a reasonable default. However, in our professional opinion, given the rates that we anticipate coming out of this development, 2 separate 6-inch pipes, one for each building, is going to be more than up to the task and not unduly susceptible to maintenance issues long-term relative to a single 8-inch pipe. At some point, we would have separate 8-inch pipes coming out of each building, but at some point they would join together. The other aspect, and again, I feel a little uncomfortable speaking with Joe right here. He's going to come up and probably express it better than I will, but the ability of the town to manage and maintain 8-inch pipes is more so than it would be for 6-inch pipes. I would offer in response to that that only in the worst case imaginable scenario would the town ever need to come in and perform that maintenance on private infrastructure on a private parcel. The onus for maintenance and the responsibility for that lies with Mr. McNulty and the owner of the building. And he has a vested interest in maintaining those lines in proper functioning order at all times. So it's unclear under what circumstance the town would be compelled to come out to the site if there were an issue on site and address what is wholly the applicant's responsibility to address. So I think that's where I'll leave that item, but as I mentioned, it's not as much a technical issue. The pipes have capacity. I don't believe that there's any disagreement on that. It's more of a procedural policy issue on the part of the town. And I think we do have an approval for the project as currently designed with the 2 separate 6-inch pipes. So again, I will be glad to answer any questions that people have. Otherwise, I think I will head back and cede the floor to someone else.
Board, have any other questions at this point?
And just a quick question. Who ultimately makes the decision, 6-inch versus 8-inch?
My understanding is that is in the purview of the Department of Public Works.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Duarte.
Good evening once again. Before I start, I would just like to let you know that I've known Mr. Zavalli many years, respect his work fully, and obviously Mr. Poddington I've known as well, and the quality of work of Mr. McNulty. This is not anything personal. This is not anything that I took very lightly when we made this decision to come. And I had mentioned to my staff, do not make me go up publicly and make a fool of myself, or if I wasn't so serious about why we need to do this. So Mr. Zavalli did present his analysis. It's hydraulic analysis. It's a basic analysis. It's a formula long being used for many, many decades. I've used it over the years many times, and he eloquently presented that it will work. He could have probably done a 4-inch pipe and also demonstrate that that would probably work. However, we're talking about a calculation that absent anything else, this is what you have. These are standards that you follow. All engineers across the country are using this. And it works. But you're looking at the problem that we have, and I often have this back and forth with a lot of the consultants, is that after they design and after they submit, guess what? They go home. I don't go home. Me and some of my staff have had to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and have to deal with problems with sewers, sanitary sewers. And so one thing that brings me back, and again, I don't want to sit here and lecture and go in many directions. Mrs. Avalia's presentation was appropriate. His calculations were great. However, what I have to do is look at why on earth do we have these oversized pipes in sanitary sewers, right? So if a 6-inch pipe works, why on earth would we do anything else? If you take any one of these individual buildings, right? So it's 28 bedrooms as is being proposed. And let me just do it this way. If I equate that to single-family homes, assuming a single-family home is 3 bedrooms, you're looking at about 9 houses. And so if I took 9 houses and put them on the street, okay, Mrs. Avalia proved that a 6-inch main is more than adequate to accommodate those 9 homes. Why does the DEM, the EPA, Rural 10, Atlantic 10 organization that published their technical TRC 16 manual, why is it that they say minimum's 8 inch? Why on earth would we do that when 6 inches is more than adequate? I remember 36 years ago when I started this business, there was an argument in the community I worked for, a 4-inch service pipe to a house versus 6. In this town, I read a document recently that we have been doing 6-inch individual services to the households from like 1972 was the date on that document. So it's a good reason, or it's a basis to sit back and say that we're oversizing things. In sanitary sewer, it is important. When we look at analysis, the same calculation he would have done hydraulically, it's the same thing you would do with stormwater, right? So in stormwater, the flow behavior in the pipe can, at times, for whatever reason, surcharge and force the water to come up the manholes and so forth. And at times, and as we've experienced, and I'll be the first one to tell you all about this, we've had a lot of surcharging of our structures and inundated, overtop the catch basins and flow down the street, right? So what happens with stormwater? It goes away. It goes away. Life goes on. Well, imagine the same thing happening with sanitary sewers. It is a big deal in a sanitary sewer business. It is a big deal with our regulators. The DEMs, the EPAs closely guard the system so that the sanitary sewers remain in the pipes. And they create redundancies in our systems. They create oversizing in our systems. And why? Because the behavior of sewers and sewer flows is not necessarily storm sewers. We have solid matter. We have things that go into our sewer pipes these days that you may not have experienced them, say, 30 years ago when I started in this. Grease has always been an issue. And these are things like you won't find this in stormwater. So the Manning, the individual who came up with that formula, and people who've adopted it, were really looking at the time, stormwater or highly diluted waters of combined sewers. So the flow characteristics work. Mr. Zavali proved that. But that's not the behavior of sewer pipes. And so inside the sewer pipes, the reason why they're oversized is that you want that hydraulic line, or we call the hydraulic line, is you want them inside the pipe. You don't even want them surcharging into the manholes. And God forbid if they overflow. We never want to see that. And so understanding that, it is not unusual to have oversized pipe. Do you know what the size of the pipe on a single family house is for service? It's 6 inches. We now have like 9 houses going into 6 inches. And that to me, like I asked the staff, what were you thinking? Because at a high review of this back when this was submitted, I would have definitely required it to be an 8-inch pipe. And that's the way it was going to be. Because with an 8-inch, we know about the surcharging that occurs in pipes, the behavior of sanitary sewers where it's a flush, an accumulation, and requiring another flush. And this goes on continuously in sanitary sewer pipes. This is not typical clean water, stormwater behavior. It behaves a lot different. And the things that we're finding today that is becoming hugely problematic across the country, Wipes. Wipes, the people are using wipes, disinfectant wipes that you buy, these Clorox wipes, you wipe the toilet seat into the toilet. No big deal, right? Until it rolls down the pipes and it becomes a ball and it becomes an issue. Mix that with grease that's been accumulating and all of a sudden things stop. The flow stops there, it accumulates, it tuberculates so that the next flush isn't going to get it out. And consequently, we have these behaviors. Who would know that? Well, guys like me who've been doing this for almost 37 years know that, who've been working on these things. I understand sanitary sewers, and so I don't take this lightly. I certainly do not want to impose this on them. This is a big undertaking for them. I recognize that. On site, like Mrs. Zavalia said, to upgrade the pipe, the cost is not necessarily in pipe, but rather than in the excavation, so I get that. The big deal is going to be on Mendon Road and bringing in an 8-inch pipe now and putting it down there, securing it, getting the permit from DOT. That is a big deal. I recognize it, and I do not take that lightly. However, at the end of the day, I have to be cognizant of what we do. And so when staff said, Joe, at the time, I don't know why they did that. Maybe there was an oversight, maybe because of the commercial end of things, but they shot themselves in the foot and regretted it. And then we have had developments. We have had developments that have come less than multifamily like this, where they were required to convert their internal piping and onto the street an 8-inch main. So this is not like exclusive to this development. We have enforced this. When you folks approved this, the St. Patrick's development on Broad Street, comparable, 40 units are coming through there. Their goal was to just go and connect to the school and let that go out to a 6-inch main. We said, no way. You need to have your own separate line, and it needs to be 8 inches, okay? So it was imposed there. It was imposed on another project right a few hundred feet from them, right at the bottom of Marshall Avenue, for those who may have been here during that time. They had a sewer service as well, a 6-inch, and they were required to go to an 8-inch. So it's behavior of the sanitary sewers. It's years that I'm giving you my professional opinion through my experience why I'm doing this. I'm not taking it lightly. It is a big undertaking that I'm asking, and I'm asking for your approval. But at the end of the day, let me say one other thing. As I am talking to you today, I think it was a couple of days ago, one of my sewer operators came back and said that they were stuck with a individual house, however many families in there, or how many people, whatever, not families, people, but an individual house. So to answer one of the items Mrs. Zavalia brought up about we, the developer, will handle their own maintenance and so forth, and I have no doubt Mr. McNulty is a respectable individual, that he would do that and carry on all the way to the street and do the maintenance. I have no objection to that. I am sure he would do that. But do we know that this is Mr. McNulty who would own this property in perpetuity? I don't know that, okay? And I have to be blind to who the owner is, but maintain consistency, which we have. And in that particular household I mentioned to you, sewers back up, you hire a rooter company, okay? Most of the time, they clean, they go away, nobody knows what happened. The engineers have no clue that ever happened, don't understand why that happened. The rooter company got paid, everybody moves on, and they do a good business. However, in this particular case, we were called because the rooter company could not penetrate beyond, and they got stuck and the pipe wouldn't move beyond, and so they called the town because the rooter company said, hey, we measured how far we brought our rooting devices in. It ends up, it's on the town right of way. So we own from the property line to the mains. That's our responsibility. And the pipe ended there. Oh, town, what are you going to do about it? So now we're having to hire people, come in and evaluate what the issue is. And so it's happened. I've experienced that many times where pipe could fracture out in the street. It could collapse upon itself. And so there's a structural failure of the pipe, and we need to do something about it. And the onus is on us. However, in this case, what we found is at the end of the pipe, on the town right-of-way, the jurisdiction of the community now, the taxpayers' part of the deal, is accumulated grease, wipes, rags, things that should not be down the sewer, but yet they found their way there, and they become an issue. And the homeowner now is saying, you deal with the town, you clean it. Now, we'll clean it because by EPA laws, when all else fails and the owners walk away from it and their sewers overflows, we still have to go in there. That's an EPA mandate. So in this case, we went in there. Now, what I have to determine now is, should we pay, I mean, we're gonna pay our vendors. We don't walk away from our vendors, but do we go back at the property owner? Because it's not a function of structural failure, but a matter of use, poor use by the homeowner, and they should bear the responsibility. But you see what I'm getting at? I am now having to dispute with the neighbor. Will this, involve our legal counsel? We now have to record liens on properties. I mean, good Lord, what are we doing? Knowing these, experiencing these, kind of mold you in a certain way. So in my professional opinion, this is the right thing to do. A 6-inch main, hydraulically, can't argue. Operationally, understanding the hydrology of sanitary sewers and all things that go in and how things behave when, things, kick back and don't behave the way they should. All right, and it happens. We were about 3 or 4 events, maybe 5 in some years, where we have to go out and finish cleaning the pipe because they couldn't, and we get blamed for it. So you build a certain thickness of skin around that, and your behavior and your attitude to how things should be molds us in such a way. So in my professional opinion, after all the years I've been to, in understanding how quickly we can clean an 8-inch main versus a 6-inch main, which would have to be a third party, God only knows when they would get out there, is why we institute, and I can't tell you a time in my 36 years where I've ever had a development, a building of this size on a 6-inch service. I can't tell you what time. This is the first time I'm running into a 6-inch pipe on the development of this, of flows of this magnitude. So again, I don't do this lightly. I told my staff, I don't want to embarrass myself. I don't want to put the board on a difficult circumstance. And I certainly do not want to create any further hardship on Mr. McNulty. That's not my intent. It's just the right thing to do. And it's my professional opinion that we should consolidate the pipes from a 6-inch to an 8-inch, specifically on the town right-of-way.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. McDonald?
When you go to a 6-inch to an 8-inch, it's just an observation. It seems like somewhat of a slight increase. But if you look at the area of a circle and you go a 6-inch to an 8-inch, that increases the flow capacity of 78%. You have 28 square inches in an 8-inch, a 6-inch pipe. You've got over 50 in an 8-inch pipe. So it's a better part of, it's almost 80%. So if my math is correct, I'm easily understanding why you place a great difference between a 6-inch and an 8-inch pipe.
I mean, I visualize this, okay? Now, so is it designed to run like half full?
No, this I think...
Not 100% full.
No. If we ever had a project where, so if you had asked me this question 35 years ago, and I saw a pipe that would be possibly 75%, we would not necessarily accept it, but between 50 and 75, we would start questioning. At 75%, I would say, we are not going to accept this. And this comes from rules that are imposed by the DEMs and the EPAs, whereby when you get to 85% of the pipe, you now have to evaluate its long-term capacity. It's a big deal. You have infiltration that adds water that wasn't there before. And then what I had mentioned to you, the behavior of flow, and what it does under surcharging conditions. So I wouldn't accept a project these days if it had over maybe even 25%. I would have them go back, analyze it. I would want to look at what's downstream. I don't say I won't approve it, obviously, but I would take a second look at the project if I even saw it above, like, say, 50%. I would certainly want to revisit that project and see, again, downstream, upstream, what kind of use is this going to happen? If there's restaurants in this area, I'm certainly going to be concerned. So you're not going to see very high flow on the pipe. You're not. And Mrs. Avalier, I think he showed there was probably like 1 inch on that 6-inch pipe. Because I had mentioned to him that exterior plumbing on buildings should never be They need to carry a 3-inch obstacle through it, an object, right? So for people who like to say, oh, 4 inches, yeah, hydraulically it is, but you're missing the point of solid matter, grease, and other things that accumulate, and especially nowadays with the wipes and sanitary napkins get thrown, they don't break down, 100 feet away from your house. These things may be solid all the way to the treatment plant, and they're wreaking havoc on pumps and valves. They're really causing a big problem where the pre-treatment of the pre-stages of the treatment plant are being altered to grind these things so it doesn't become an issue. And we're feeling them also upstream, where now we're beginning to see these effects. In fact, the gentleman in my office showed me a picture of what the clog looked like. Very long, elongated rags, wipes, other things, grease, of course, as the thing that congealed the material. So again, I don't dispute the hydraulic analysis, Mr. Zavalli. I do not dispute that. It is not that. It is the behavior of pipes and what people are putting in and what we have to do on the maintenance end of things so that when we superimpose these perhaps oversized pipes, it's not arbitrary. There is a science behind that. And one other thing that, like in his calculations, very standard. You take the average flow, peak it out based on this standard that we have, and in this case, I think it was 5.7 times for a peaking factor. So you look at that. The one thing we always talk about in this industry is what happens at halftime on the Super Bowl. This is actually a thing. This is actually a thing. This gets documented. The city of New York's wastewater facility had a spike of X. The city of whatever's wastewater facility, and they use that. And it's funny that they do, but that's the behavior we got to look at. Yeah. That behavior is not in this calculation. That behavior shows up as a basis. We use these analyses that do this hydraulic analysis. We do these things as a standard. When all else fails, and you have nothing local, you don't have a professional to come before you and discuss the behavior of pipe, that is exactly what you follow. But here it's a little different. Here is a little different. I do have the experience, and I know the problems that arise from this. So I don't want to bore you anymore. That's the professional opinion that I'm taking, and this is what we want to represent to the board.
Yeah. I'm not bored because if you visualize fluid flowing down a pipe, like water or whatever, it's just fluid. But when you have junk in there, and it is, that's where the snags come from. Or somebody, and I have experience with this, but not on a sewer main. Somebody decided they were gonna, at Easter time, take their leftover ham and put it down the pipe.
You'd be surprised what we find.
And the pipe was solid, because now, you're not just talking about the ham itself, you're talking about the grease.
Yeah.
And it just...
Yeah. And let me just throw one little fact, and I promise I'll walk away. The claims that we have this year, from sewer lines backing up into homes and businesses, the claims value of this year was over $148,000. Okay? The trust, which is our insurance company, has a limitation. And they came back to the town and said, you owe $95,000 of it. So just like that, we owed $95,000 on sewer backups. So is it a maintenance issue? I'm not sure, I can't speak for what the town has done in the past, but the pipes in sanitary sewer in particular are designed so that they shouldn't really need any maintenance. There are some pipes, like what we call inverted siphons in areas where we know the slopes can't be great because just, the benefit of having to do maintenance outweighs the environmental impact of sanitary wastewaters in that neighborhood. So sometimes we recognize certain slopes that don't give you the appropriate velocities. But if you carry the design of 2 feet per second in a pipe and you have an adequate pipe, you should really be maintenance free. Okay, that's not the reality though. $95,000 is the reality. Having to get up at certain hours of the night and flush these mains with high pressure. This isn't your Home Depot power washer. We have some substantial, we just bought one for $117,000 is what it costs us. And that's what it takes to go flush out these mains. We don't take this lightly. It is a nasty business. What we're finding in this is altering the mindset of many of my colleagues in this business. And that's the thing that is not presented to you. The hydraulics is, I don't question, you shouldn't, Mrs. Zavala did a great job. It's everything else that goes with it. So unless you have somebody that can explain these things to you, that's what you have. And then someday the town ends up having to do maintenance and it's costly to the town, what do you do then? So I'm just here to let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board have any other questions? Yes. Sure.
Mike Zavala, Commonwealth Engineers. Joe is right. He just told you about a lot of the problems that develop in municipal sewer systems, grease, root intrusion, blockages, and they have serious adverse impacts. So that's not at all in question. We agree and understand that. Mr. McDonald, you posed a question about the relative area and the appreciable difference in area available between a 6-inch and an 8-inch pipe. And Joe alluded to what they call self-cleaning velocity. 2 feet per second is the accepted standard. The equation that we use to determine flow, area, or velocity within a pipe is pretty simple. Q, flow, is equal to velocity times the area of the pipe. Without going into all that heavy math, if you increase the area of the pipe with the same flow, the velocity will decrease. With the 6-inch pipe, provided that you have enough capacity for the flow plus, as Joe mentioned, reasonably anticipated solids. 3-inch is the number that Joe has used, and I agree with that. I think that's perfectly reasonable. If your pipe can pass that, and if you can do that at 2 feet per second, it is considered self-cleaning. It's the pipes that don't have that where you have problems, where you have those heavy solids that are in the flow stream settling out. They're not moving quickly enough. The flow is not moving them along quickly enough. So bigger is not always better. I stand here in testimony to that. In this case, we are looking at a particular development, not a broad general development, but a specific development where those peaking factors were accounted for using widely accepted TR16 as the sewer Bible. We use peaking factors of 5.7 to say, we know how much flow on an average basis will come out of this development. We're going to take that and we're going to say, well, what time of day is it? We're running the dishwasher and maybe a load of laundry and the kids are doing their thing in the bathtub. So we have a peak. It's higher than the average flow. That is accounted for in the calculation. The analysis indicates that from each one of those 16-unit buildings with the number of bedrooms that are going to be in there, the peak flow will be roughly 1 inch deep. In a 6-inch pipe, that leaves us with roughly 5 inches of free space for the solids to move. If we upsize that to an 8-inch pipe, our velocities are going to drop. We might be able to account for that by increasing the slope of the pipe. I'd have to look at that. But it's much easier to achieve that with the 6-inch pipe and adjusting the slope to make sure that we're going to be at or above that self-cleaning velocity. The application of, Joe's right, the standard everywhere that I've ever seen, and I'm not as old as Joe, so I haven't been practicing quite as long, but I've been doing this for 30 years. I have worked for municipalities. I've been out there when the sewer crew has been cleaning out pipes, so I know of what he speaks. And I have just totally lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, I just caught the train again. 8-inch pipe is the standard for sanitary, it's the minimum standard for sanitary sewer mains. collection pipes that are servicing a street, neighborhood, and they have a number of services coming into them. That standard is not actually on the books, either here in Cumberland, for multi-unit developments. And so we go by the numbers. We take empirical data that has been analyzed and tried and true. We run the numbers and then we figure out what our flows are going to be. It's not as much in a vacuum as it might seem to be, as far as how we calculate it and what we look at and assess. So we've done that calculation, as Joe has said. The hydraulics show with pure water, 1 inch deep, but we still have 5 inches of pipe left to take those solids. And with a 6-inch pipe, we're going to have better velocity than we will in an 8-inch pipe. So I'm not disagreeing at all with whatever Joe said. He's right. All of those issues can be problems. It's my professional opinion that for this particular application and these buildings and the flow rates we anticipate, that 6-inch is an appropriate sized pipe. The other point that Joe made, which is a valid one, is that there is a prescriptive break in ownership that doesn't always make a lot of sense at the property line, where the town suddenly takes over responsibility for that sewer service that's only there for the benefit of that property. Some communities have gotten around there. They said, no, if you have a sewer lateral connected to our main, you own it from your building to the main and anything that goes wrong with it. That's not necessarily, it isn't the case in Cumberland, as Joe has said. In this case, and I may be speaking out of turn, I believe that our client would entertain the idea of assuming responsibility from the building to the main for his service. Now, Tom, if I am committing you to something that you don't like, tell me now. But in this instance, if that is a concern, if Joe's concerned about who's going to come out and clean that sewer pipe in the town right-of-way, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for my client to offer to the town that he would take that responsibility. The last thing that I would say is it's fairly standard for sanitary sewer systems, and we'll call this a system, to have what's called an operation and maintenance plan, O&M plan. The O&M plan will set forth specific requirements for inspecting and routinely cleaning pipelines. If long-term viability is a concern, I again will speak on behalf of my client and say that if the town and DPW want an O&M plan to be developed, submitted, and enacted over the course of the project, that's not an unreasonable request. And it would help to protect against the issues that Joe has expressed, rightly so, that can happen in sewer systems. So I think that's just about everything.
Thank you. Mr. Partington, we're all set?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, I want to thank Mr. Duarte and his staff for giving us the time to discuss this. Again, the difficult part that we have, and I certainly don't discount Mr. Duarte's many years of experience. However, as our expert has also stated, he has a fair amount of it as well. And also, we come in and we have, we have a checklist. The checklist has to be completed before we get to the planning board, and we have to do A, B, C, and D. And it is in large part when you get to drainage calculations, you get to these types of calculations, you get to geotechnic calculations, it becomes a science. And there are, like trip generations, one of your favorite subjects, right? Trip generations. You go by the numbers. In this instance, I cannot discount the way Mr. Duarte feels in general about his policy. He certainly has the ability under your ordinances to be responsible for maintenance, for making sure that these things are maintained adequately and they're designed adequately. adequately. But in this instance, we have actual technical data that supports, and I believe it was stated pretty well, that you know, the 6-inch pipe for what you would think by looking at it first, looking at it from a circumference and area perspective, that there are downsides to that as well, and that the flow is compromised by the increase of the pipe. Certainly, I mean, you know, the elephant in the room, and maybe it's not the elephant in the room, is the substantial cost. And Mr. Duarte has made it clear that he does that with no great pleasure, and we believe that, obviously. We think that the evidence, however it's been produced, we have an opinion by Mr. Duarte, and we have hard numbers by an expert who's done the calculations pursuant to the Bible in this instance, and he has testified that based on those calculations, that these two 6-inch mains from these two buildings are going to be adequate to handle the flow, and he's offered some other suggestions with respect to going forward that may hopefully assuage your fears or concerns of what Mr. Duarte has testified to. So we are obviously here asking that we've got an approved plan now for the two 6-inch mains. The increase in the flow is going to be minimal, as was testified to, and we are asking that the conditional it's not be imposed for the 8-inch pipe, with all due respect to DPW. Thanks.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. Mr. Modica, are we going to see them back, or is this what we're approving?
That the plan was for you to approve the preliminary plan with the condition
Okay.
that this sewer situation be worked out.
Well, you had mentioned before that there's a facade change. Shouldn't that be included?
What sort of condition related to the facade? I think.
Well, initially, the project before this change, they gave us renderings of the building and so on, right? Several different views. Okay, that was part of the submission.
No.
And I'm just wondering if that's, not that we need to see the whole thing over again, but if there, whatever the changes are, like in the front elevation, floor plans.
They sent updated renderings, and it's my bad that they weren't included in your packet.
Okay, they did send, okay. That's what I want to make sure of, because they're not going to match, you know, whatever the plans, you know. I don't want to sign up a set of plans that has something missing, okay?
I got you.
Got me? Okay. Let's see. So, moving forward, is there anyone here in the audience that has any questions or comments? Ma'am? Sure. Just your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, so I'm not an expert at anything. My name's Maria Bordalo, and I live at 10 Mayberry Street. And my property backs up to the proposed, whatever it's going to be, since right now we're not so sure. So why are we even here? It was approved in 2020. He was given what he wanted, and I'm not going to give him any accolades because I don't know Mr. McNulty, and so I'm not going to. It seems like he's on a pedestal somewhere, and everyone's, oh, Mr. McNulty. And I see the signs too. All of his construction, what he just did on West Earl Street, squeezing in those 4 houses in that tiny little spot right behind Mother Motors. And that's all good and dandy, but he requested something that had been denied for years and years and years because that ledge was not buildable, supposedly. And yet, somehow, they tested on a very warm day and it passed. So here we are. It got approved, he got what he wanted, but now, 2 years later, or 3 years later, the economy has changed. People are working from home. We don't really need businesses. Not that we can get businesses to grow in Cumberland for whatever reason. So we've basically turned our town into, you come live here and you go work somewhere else and you go make money somewhere else because we can't, for whatever reason, we can't draw businesses into here. So now he's asking to add 9 additional units, and oh my goodness, he's being so kind and so generous. 8 of those are gonna be low-income housing. I have a suggestion. Joe can stop fighting with the gentleman sitting next to him over the 6 inches, 8 inches. We get it. There's already 6 inches there. He's already got the approval. Why not keep the 23 that he's already got approved and turn some of those in low-income housing? And instead of removing the grassy areas and removing garages, how about leaving enough parking so that the people that live there will actually be able to park instead of where are they gonna park? Have any of you tried to pull out of Domino's recently or anywhere else over there? You can't. You sit there, and I mean, there's one little light. Nobody going down Broad Street actually stops and waits for that light to turn. Everybody goes right on the red light. And trust me, I see it from my kitchen window because my house backs up to the VFW post. Never mind everything else that's there. It's a small area. It's already very congested. There's flooding everywhere. So it just, like I said, I'm not an expert at anything. I just live in this town and I love this town. I left for 25 years and came back. And it's an amazing place to be, but we're losing spaces. All of our open spaces are north of 295. Nobody cares about South, nobody cares about Valley Falls. We have the monastery. Oh, well, you know, great. So how about, if he's gonna have low-income housing there and other families, how about make some space for the kids that are gonna live there? Leave the grassy areas, leave the parking spaces so that people aren't parking halfway around the block and then walking, and then you're gonna have kids walking down Minden Road to get to their apartments, because let's be honest, if you live in an apartment, it's highly unlikely that you have the funds to have whatever. There's not gonna be a play gym in the backyard. There's not gonna be things for kids to do. But if you leave the grassy areas that you're removing just because of greed, basically, and that's my opinion. Anyway, I will get off my pedestal now and stop fighting about the 6 inches, 8 inches, leave it as is, keep the 23 and turn some of those into your low-income housing. Because, I mean, but the sad part is, he's probably gonna get what he wants. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. Mr. Butler, you have a question?
I just had a comment that I support the application. The applicant was here a few years ago looking for a zoning variance to take the commercial out. I did vote to recommend to the town council that we eliminate the commercial. My thinking then, as it is now, is that in a 1 mile radius of this site, there are dozens of small commercial spaces that are vacant or are nail salons or vape shops. And I don't know that that end of Minden Road needs more hair salons, nail salons, and vape shops or vacant commercial spaces, especially when this community, this state is, you know, has a housing crisis. You know, they're not low-income housing, so I do want to make that clear. This is affordable housing. The difference between the market rate and the affordable housing is like $200 a month. And for somebody on a limited income, that's a lot. I looked up, you know, a patrolman who's been on the Cumberland Police Department for 2 years would need to spend 30% of their salary to afford one of the affordable units in this development. So it's not low-income housing. You know, those officers are making close to $62,000 a year, and 30% of their income would go to a 1-bedroom apartment in this building. So it is workforce housing. I'm not even sure that it's affordable. I know it meets the state definition of affordable housing, but I think it's something that has to be looked at. But I just, you know, I don't know that that area of town needs more small commercial spaces. And so I, you know, will support when it comes to the 6-inch, 8-inch argument. I didn't expect to come tonight and learn so much about horses and sewers. It's been a very educational evening. You know, I at the end of the day, trust Mr. Duarte. He's hired to represent the town and look out for the town's best interests. If he feels that that's what is appropriate, I am more than happy to back him up. And if we have required St. Patrick's and the development next to Cumberland Collision to go through this expense of the 8-inch main, then it certainly seems fair that an equal-sized development would have to do that as well. But so those are my comments.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McDonald?
just for the lady that spoke at the end, regarding the issue of slopes, the General Assembly some years ago, I don't know how long ago, they changed the law. At some point prior to that, he would not have been able to build anything there. But the developers lobby had it changed, and we had no choice. I remember voting to approve that some years back. Mr. McNulty's, I didn't want to, I didn't like it, because I knew what was going to happen. Couldn't stop it. Just like what you've been sitting there, you've seen what happened earlier in the evening. We have to follow rules. So that's the reason why that wasn't a gift to Mr. McNulty. The legislature changed the law, and he and other developers are now able to develop land that was not developable before. So.
Correct, and with all due respect, sir, and to you, sir, it is not affordable housing that I have an issue with. I'm fine with something being built back there. I have enough trees in my yard that are gonna block whatever anyway, and I enjoy having breakfast with the deer and the fox and everybody else we have in our backyard. We have them daily, which is, it's horrible because we are losing a lot of that, is that we don't have enough open spaces. But we've already approved something for Mr. McNulty, so, and that's my point, is he already has 23 units that are going in there. And everyone's giving him accolades about, oh, well, 8. Well, we're gonna give him 9 more, and 8 of those are going to be affordable housing. Okay, well, he's already got 23. Make some of those affordable housing instead, and don't congest the area even more.
Mr. Chair?
I don't, I mean, I don't want to get in a back and forth, but to just make my position very clear, I am voting the same way tonight that I did 3 years ago. I don't think that commercial belongs in that space. I don't think that area of town can justify it. And at the end of the day, I'm in Mr. Bush's camp when it comes to traffic studies, but it just makes sense that commercial properties produce a lot more traffic than residential uses. So the traffic, and I agree with you, nobody stops at that red light. There are times that I probably don't stop at that red light when I'm making that right onto Mendon Road. But it would be worse if there was commercial uses there and people constantly coming in and out of that parking lot to visit commercial spaces. So I'm not giving I don't know Mr. McNulty. I am not giving Mr. McNulty anything. I'm consistent with where I was 3 years ago, and I think the benefit is that we get some workforce housing in town, which we desperately need.
Mr. Modica.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say there might be residents virtually who might want to say something.
I was going to ask you that.
So if anyone out who's connected by Zoom and wants to speak to this matter, you can raise your hand. And we do not have anyone.
Okay. Well,
No.
then I will close the hearing and restrict the comments of the board. Mr. Bush?
Yes, yeah, I'm not in favor of changing the use or the, from commercial to residential, which is what is allowed in that zone for 8 affordable housing units, because it turns out everybody's so worried about this affordable housing thing that we have to meet our 10% or 10%, and I don't know what happens if we don't. I know it's probably unrealistic because there are so many towns that can't seem to get to 10%. But to get 8 units and then just say, throw the rules away as far as our zoning goes, I'm not into it. I'm not really in favor of encouraging apartment buildings, so we start to look like North Providence. It's just not, I don't think what the town should be, so I'm not really in favor of this. I think he came for this approval. I don't think anybody liked it to begin with. We held our noses and approved it because he met all the criteria at the time. Now you're gonna come back and change it? I'm not in favor of it, so.
Anyone else wish to speak?
I agree with Mr. Butler. The commercial spaces there, it's waste of money to leave them there, so the apartment there, like, you know, like he says, affordable housing there, there is a need for it.
Ms. Reese?
Well, with all respect to the ones that don't want the commercial business there, I think that because this area doesn't need it, well, this area does need it. And discouraging it just makes this neighborhood even worse. We have apartments going up, we have developments that are coming, we have St. Patrick's, we have hopefully the In and Open, the trucks are moving from there. That is now a truck parking lot. So why not the business? Eventually, we're gonna need some business, and we want to create a better neighborhood, and the business will bring some movement to the town. It's not all about paying taxes on property. We need to give the people something, maybe not a dressing salon, maybe not another car dealer, something else, but we do need to keep that in mind. Don't undermine the need of this community, because we need something to make it better, and I think some type of business in there will improve it at some point.
Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
In regards to 221 Mendon Road, this is Part 18, Lot 729. I will make a motion that we approve the comprehensive permit application and the preliminary plan based on the finding of fact in Mr. Mocher's memo of January 18th, 2024, finding that the application is consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan. This approval includes waivers from residential density requirements, maximum lot coverage requirements, and the commercial use. I'd also further add the condition that final plan approval will be made by the administrative officer, conditioned on the Public Works Department and the applicant agreeing on the appropriate sewer size.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Do I have a second?
Second.
I think you have to be a little more definitive on this sewer issue. I mean, I think it could be pick one unless they can agree on an alternative. So, I mean, otherwise, I don't know, I'm having trouble with just on them agreeing. It's either, you know, pick a number and then say, unless Mr. Duarte approves some other size, you know?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McDonald?
Mr. Duarte's already made his position clear and given us his reasoning, extensive reasoning. And I agree with the solicitor, that's not a good idea to leave it up. It's still a jump ball. It's either 6 inches or 8 inches in a motion. That's
Well,
why.
and I just want to be clear with my suggestion is if Mr. Duarte for some reason wants to change his mind, you could leave that open. But I'm more concerned about the condition of them agreeing at some point. When does that end, you know? So that's my only point, is that if he wants to change his mind, he could, but you pick the number.
With all due respect to the solicitor, I still don't, he's made his position clear. He's made his position clear.
Yes,
There's, end of story.
that's right, I agree.
It's either 6 or 8.
It's 8.
I would say support his decision.
I'll amend the motion to the 8-inch sewer size.
Yes.
Any other discussion? You want to second it? No. His amendment?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to take a roll call vote on this. Ms. Frasich?
I go with apartments.
Yes.
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 Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Scown?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
No.
Ms. Reese?
No.
Mr. D'Ambrosia?
No.
Mr. Costa?
Yes.
Okay. And the chair votes no. Five. And just make sure, it should be four. 1, 2. Okay. The motion is approved with 5 yes and 4 nay. Okay, moving on. All right, item number 9, public hearing. Unified Development Review, owner applicant, Town of Cumberland, project name Amaral Building Adaptive Reuse, location 16 Mill Street, assessors plat 2, lot 96, zoning C1 with public water and public sewer. The town is seeking minor land development approval and variances from lot coverage, setback, and parking requirements for the adaptive reuse of the Amaral Building. And this item was continued from the January 11th, 2024 Planning Board special meeting. And I believe what is the public hearing.
We ended the public hearing and we continued this matter to tonight.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes. So, there's nobody at 8:40. I mean, you have to ask, is there anybody here to speak?
Yeah.
So is there anyone in the audience, the virtual audience, would like to speak? And just to mention, you took one out of order, so we'll have to go back to the number 8 on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we'll deal with 9. Anyone out there on Zoom who would like to speak to the Amaral Building, you can raise your hand. And there's no one on Zoom who would like to speak to this.
Okay. So, we have to act on this one, am I right?
Yes.
Yes, so I'm waiting for,
Waiting
for a motion.
I think
I was waiting for a motion.
Mr. McDonald has a question.
May I
You
have
got
the
a
floor?
question, Chuck?
I don't want to nitpick, and I have great sympathy for people who have put this together. If we could just go to page 24. I read only portions that had to do with the plans, how they would be changed, approved, the appeal process. But on page 24,
Mr. McDonald, are you on the Amaral Building or the regulations?
subdivision regs?
No,
we skipped that one by accident.
I jumped the gun.
Amaral Building, number 9.
Okay, I thought we went to 9.
That's my fault.
We went to 9 and we were continuing it?
We continue. We skipped.
Just skip the one.
Yeah.
That's
So
my fault.
we're on 9, is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Nice try.
I thought there was.
I'll make a motion in regards to 16 Mill Street, Assessors Plot 2, Lot 96, that we approve the minor land development and the variances from lot coverage, setback, and parking requirements for the adaptive reuse of the Amaral Building.
I have a motion by Mr. Butler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Scown. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The chair votes yes. The ayes have it. I apologize. What I had was a check mark against number 8, and I got prematurely aggressive with my check marks. So we'll go back to item 8, which is a public hearing, review of amended land development and subdivision regulations. This item was continued from the January 11, 2024 Planning Board special meeting. Mr. McDonald, you have a appoint?
Just a couple.
It's just language changes, mistakes. Down at the bottom of 24, final plan.
Can you say the line number, Mr. McDonald?
I don't, 38, 28 and 29.
Okay.
The administrator may, at his discretion,
There's no gender there, so that's.
okay, well, it's, it's,
More than one administrative officer.
you can, okay. And then the next paragraph, beginning at the first line, I'll read what has not been excised. As specified in these regulations, administrative development plan review consists of one stage of formal development review, consists of two stages of review, preliminary and final, period.
Administrative development plan review consists of one stage, and formal development plan review consists of two stages.
I'm sorry, okay, I missed a word.
Any other questions?
Make a motion that we approve the amended
Wait a minute.
land development.
No,
Oh, no, sorry.
it's a
Public
public hearing. So I'll open the public hearing.
Anyone on Zoom interested in speaking to the revised land development subdivision regulations? We have no takers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So now I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the amended land development and subdivision regulations as presented.
Motion by Mr. Butler.
Second.
Second by Ms. Rashid. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Bush?
Does this adopt what the state has put out stating that we can have lots with like 4 feet side yard setbacks, and is that part of it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bush, I didn't catch the beginning.
I said, does this include what the state has decided that we should have lots with 4-foot sideline setbacks and those crazy things?
That was the zoning ordinance that you heard, I don't know, might have been November, and the town council passed in December.
Oh, they passed that already?
That's already
Okay, this
passed.
is just our, all right.
This doesn't have that.
All right.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes yes. The motion carries.
Second.
All in favor?